tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you
The special study session of the Aurora City Council for Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021 is called to order. Would the clerk please read the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins. Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz. Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
There's a quorum.
Okay. Councilmember Berzins will not be with us tonight due to some health concerns, and I believe that Councilmember Hiltz, Kitty, that you will be reading her questions tonight.
Yes, Councilmember Berzins and Councilmember Hiltz.
Okay, both? Very well. Tonight, we will be interviewing candidates for the vacancy in Ward 2. The candidates that we will be interviewing are Jessica Giamalvo, Robert Hamilton, Luke Codando, Robert O'Reilly, Ryan Ross, and Steve Sundberg. The first candidate to be interviewed, applicant to be interviewed, is Jessica Giamalvo. Very well. Jessica, if you could please share with us within 2 minutes something about a little bit about your background and why you are seeking this position.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My name is Jessica Giamalvo. I am originally from Massachusetts. I was born and raised there. I moved to Aurora, Colorado in 2013 when I was active duty Army. I was stationed here at Buckley Air Force Base in the Army. I served here as my only permanent duty station and fell in love with this city so much that I decided to stay. I have a background in physics, a bachelor's degree in physics, and I recently completed my master's degree in computer science here in Aurora. I now work for a company called CACI, which is a defense contractor. I work as a systems engineer and more specifically a product owner. The role of a product owner is a member of the development team who is the voice of the customer. So my job is to represent the needs of our user base of the software. I joined the Army because of a strong desire to serve my country. And now that my service is completed and I've had the opportunity to receive my master's degree, I would love to serve on City Council as the next way to give back to my community. I believe that my experience in the military, the leadership that I learned there, as well as the skills that I've learned as a product owner representing the customers and the users, positions me well to serve this community.
Thank you very much. See, you will now have, Katie, what is the time limit on answering questions? Is it, we're going 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
We're going 5 minutes, and that will give the member of council the ability to not only ask a question, but to do follow-up on that question. And the Mayor Pro Tem, you are first. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Francois Bergen.
Thank you. And thank you, Jessica, for being here and applying for the position. My question is, can you explain in general terms how a metro district funds development?
Yes. So the development funding would be from various sources. As one of the largest cities in Colorado, the city of Aurora has a larger budget than some others to work with. Development can be funded by the businesses that are doing that development. There is also city development that the funds come from our city budget in various forms, including taxes and also grants that can be earned by the city.
And then just, may I follow up?
Please.
Thank you.
proceed.
Do you know of any current regulations within the metro districts that do protect the homeowners?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Are there any regulations that you can think of that protect homeowners when they're purchasing a home and moving into a metro district?
No, not that I can cite specifically.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
No further questions? Councilmember Berzins, Katie, you'll be asking on her behalf.
Councilmember Burzin's question is, with Ward 2 growing so fast, how can we try to keep the cost down for housing for all income ranges?
It's very important that we keep in mind income restrictions when developing new housing, as well as our existing infrastructure. I do believe that that is an area that can sometimes be overlooked, is looking at ways to utilize the infrastructure that we already have. So Ward 2 especially, but all of Aurora is expanding rapidly, and it's important that when we plan for new development, that the communities that we plan for include opportunities for lower income individuals to be able to afford housing. If new developments are allowed to come in that are only targeting families or individuals with higher incomes, then we are not servicing our entire population, and I think we're doing the city an injustice by only focusing on certain populations. We also need to look at the infrastructure that we already have and ensure that we're funding programs to continue and to improve what we already have for lower income housing.
And there's a follow-up question. Do you feel your suggestions are fair for all Aurorans in all income ranges?
Yes, I do. I strive to be fair in every decision that I make and everything that I support. And we, as a community, need to consider everyone. So that includes all backgrounds and all income levels in the city. And housing is not something that should only be attainable for individuals that have higher incomes. We need to ensure, especially our duty as, or your duty as city council, to make sure that all residents have opportunities.
Thank you.
Are there further questions?
No further questions.
Okay. Jessica, questions from me. Homelessness has been a growing problem in the city of Aurora, in Colorado, and across much of the country. What kind of initiatives would you have to reduce homelessness in the city of Aurora?
Thank you. Yes, homelessness is an increasing problem in the city of Aurora, most especially given the past year with the pandemic. We've had a lot of community members who previously were able to make ends meet and had housing, and unfortunately because of job loss and other factors due to the pandemic, they're no longer able to sustain that. I fully support the initiatives that have already been started. I'm excited to see the results of the study that's being done, the 90-day that was approved recently. I believe that in addition to just housing efforts, we need to ensure that there are support programs in place for other concerns, such as food insecurity, mental health, and healthcare, because the issue of homelessness is not really one single issue. Many times, citizens that face homelessness are also facing additional struggles, and those can contribute to homelessness. We should also ensure that we are providing the community with job opportunities and ways to find jobs and to be educated to qualify for those jobs.
Thank you. One of the first things you may very well be voting on will be a camping ban, which would require a 72-hour notice for those in encampments. before it is abated, and would require the city of Aurora to provide an alternate location for them to go to, those residing in an encampment. How would you feel about such a proposal, and how would you vote on such a proposal?
That proposal, I believe, does come with challenges in terms of enforcement. It is very difficult for our officers, who are already stretched thin in many ways, to be able to enforce a ban in that way. I do think it's important to have areas where camping or homeless can go, and I would vote against that as it's stated and suggest some alternatives or changes, including the 72-hour, as well as trying to look into some different ways to ease the problems with enforcing that new rule.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Coombs?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jessica, for taking the time to be here today and interview with us, and for putting yourself out there for leadership. I know that it is difficult, and we appreciate you doing that. So your predecessor was a leader in the city on oil and gas issues. And as a person who ran on those issues and was duly elected on those issues, she helped the city to establish the existing regulations on oil and gas. So do you support the current oil and gas regulations, and what in general are your thoughts about the development of oil and gas sites within city limits?
Thank you. Yes, I do support the current regulations that we have in place, and a lot of the work that Councilmember Johnson did work for. I do believe that the oil and gas industry is important, not just for our community, but for our state and other areas as well. It is a resource and also a business that is important, but it's also primarily an issue of health and safety and the wellness of our residents. So as someone who studied physics, I fully support research being done and educating not only myself and others in the community to ensure that whatever regulations we do have in place already and new regulations that need to be made are the most informed possible.
And then with respect to that, would you change any of the regulations that we currently have in place?
There are no regulations I have in mind that I would change.
That's all.
Councilmember Gardner?
Hi, Jessica. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So what do you think are two of the three most important duties of being a city council member, and what are some specific things in your background that you think would contribute to you solving those challenges?
Three of the most important things that I believe are part of being a member of city council are listening to our residents for Ward 2 as well as the entire city of Aurora. It's important that city council members are representing the people in their community, and in order to do that, you need to listen to those people. The second most important item would be to hear all parties fairly. So there are a lot of items that are brought before the city council for decisions and votes to be made, and I think it's important to listen to all sides of any argument, of any issue, before coming to a determination. If it's a large responsibility voting on those items in city council. So I think those need to be well-informed and very well thought out. The third most important item would be leadership. So as a city council member, but also as the member representing Ward 2, it would be my job to represent that ward and to make sure that those voices are heard at city council. In order to do that, you have to be a strong leader. You have to take what you have learned from the people in your community and the knowledge that you've gained and make the best decision possible and fight for those people and fight for their voices to be heard. I believe that My time currently working as a product owner definitely gives me the experience needed to listen to the community. It's my job, which I absolutely love, and the best part of my job, that I get to work with the users of the software that I work for and hear what their needs are. And it's important when you're doing that to really hear what they're saying and interpret what they're saying without putting your own biases on that. As someone who works on the development team, it's easy for me to navigate the system, let's say. But if I listen to them with that in mind, I'm not really going to hear what they're saying. So the practice of listening just to hear what someone is saying rather than what I might think myself, I believe I have a lot of good experience with that. Also, my leadership skills, which developed from the time I started in the Army. I was in E4, which is a lower enlisted rank, but where you start to have leadership opportunities. So that experience, as well as my experience as a manager in my current job, I have had a lot of experience working with people, managing different personalities, and being able to work with a lot of different folks.
So let's dig into the first two examples you gave a little bit more. And what I really want to find out about is how you go about making a decision, right? You said listen to the community, weigh the opinions you're being given, but there will be times when the loudest voices might be the minority, or you might be split between two options. So tell me a little bit more about how you would go about making a decision that's in the best interest of both Aurora and of Ward 2.
Yes. So you mentioned, instances where sometimes the loudest voice is the minority, and many times that can be the case. I don't believe that the loudest voice is just the automatic answer. I definitely try to be impartial in hearing all sides, no matter how loud they may be or how represented one opinion may be over the other. I would want to get a grasp of what the members of the community and the members of Ward 2, what their opinions are on a certain issue, and then do my own research, as much research as I can on that issue, whatever that may be, and also inform the residents, right? It's important to have communication with them, not just listening, but also giving them the information that I can, helping educate them on the issues so that they can best represent themselves. And in cases where I feel it may be split between, residents, if there's a 50-50 community split on an issue, then I would act in the way that I see is most beneficial for the community.
And my last question is, what are some ways you think you could contribute to the dynamic on council when you may only have 5 months until the election?
Yes, it is definitely a tricky situation to join a team and have a short timeline in front of you. But I believe that my background, especially in the military, where you work with so many different individuals of many different backgrounds, that gives me the experience to work with a diverse group of people.
All right, thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Jessica, thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for your service. I'm going to talk a little bit, or ask you a little bit about public safety. Public safety is our top priority as a government. And Aurora used to be among the safest cities in the nation. Just this year, we've had over 10 murders, over 1,100 major violent crimes, over 5,200 major property crimes, and our arrests are dropping. In fact, we have officers leaving the police force at a higher rate than ever before. So my question is, what are your thoughts on how to protect your residents of Ward 2?
Thank you. It is a very important issue now more than ever that we have rising crime and we have a police force that is shrinking. We have lost police members in record numbers over the past year, which is devastating to any city, especially Aurora. The first thing I would do is talk to the officers. I believe, the number of officers that we have lost indicates that there are definitely problems in the system that we have in place. And I think the best people poised to answer that question are the officers themselves. the ones that have remained with us, and even if possible, the ones that have left. You know, if this were a business and I had that many employees leaving, I would certainly, you know, want to conduct exit interviews and gather any information that I could on what made them leave, what factors contributed to them leaving the department. So I think that's an important first step, is to find out what the officers themselves think is wrong or feel is wrong, and try to correct that. We need to make sure that we are maintaining our police force and not losing the experience that we have there. I also would like to see possibly a new committee developed for a community and police engagement platform, so that citizens can feel like they truly have representation in regards to police matters. And those two things combined, I think that also serves to increase the respect between both the officers and the community. It's very important for the officers to feel like they have the support and the respect that they need in order to do their jobs successfully. And we need them to do their jobs as well as possible in order to protect the city and protect our residents.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Katie, you're representing Councilmember Hiltz in terms of her question, and you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Councilmember Hiltz wants to thank you for attending tonight, and she says sorry that she cannot be here in person. Her question is, please define what you think the role of the police department should be and what specific reforms you would like to see implemented.
Thank you. The primary job of the police department is to protect the residents of the city. It is here for the benefit of the community and to ensure that it is a safe and enjoyable place to live. I apologize. Can you repeat the second part of the question?
Yes. She says, please define what you think the role of the police department should be and what specific reforms you would like to see implemented.
Thank you. The council in the city has taken steps over the past year to implement new programs and reform and review since the tragedy that we faced over a year ago. And I do believe that that's important, to bring in outside experts and ensure that the processes that we have in place are working, and if not, recommendations to improve those. But like I mentioned just a moment earlier, I think a new committee that could be implemented that would combine more community involvement in the police force would be beneficial to both our police officers and the community. Like I said, the officers can't do their job of protecting us and protecting the city if they don't have the respect and the resources that they need. And the community can't feel like the police are doing a good job and that they are safe and protected if they don't respect the officers that are serving them. So in order to do that, I think we could bring everyone together by starting a new committee where citizens are involved and are able to participate and evaluate and review on a regular basis.
And she does have a follow-up question. Much of our residential development and oil and gas operations are in Ward 2. As the two inevitably come into conflict, how will you prioritize health and safety, and for whom will you prioritize it for?
I would absolutely prioritize the health and safety of the residents of Ward 2 in the city of Aurora. That is the most important thing that we can possibly do. While industry and business is important, that is absolutely secondary to any health and safety and welfare concerns for our city. Again, I believe research is important. Research and education for ourselves, for the leaders of the city, and also for our residents. We need to make sure that any existing and new development is following the most up-to-date best practices, that we are ensuring that even in cases where it incurs additional cost, that corners are not cut to ensure safety. And also ensuring that the community knows that we're doing that we provide any findings, any research that we've done back to the community so that they can understand what's going on and the reasons the decisions were made.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service as well. You will be, in this position, you will be influenced by many different people, organizations, and my question to you is this. How will you be able to represent the needs of your constituents if a lobbyist or organization is influencing you?
Thank you. I do recognize that, being a member of City Council, and if I were given the opportunity to come in as a new member, that there are many individuals and groups that would be vying for, my input. I wouldn't put anything over the concerns of the residents. As someone, again, with a science background, I think it is of the utmost importance to remain impartial, to hear what everyone has to say, but to not allow myself to be influenced by, any one individual or group, especially someone perhaps seeking special treatment or authority. And my only interest in joining City Council is to serve this community. I have no other personal reasons to be here. I don't own a business. I don't have any agendas other than serving this community. I am here because I want to do the best job possible. I want to give a voice to the people of Ward 2 in the city of Aurora who may not feel like they have one. And that's the only reason to serve on City Council.
And to kind of dig into that a little bit, with that being said, how do you plan to involve the residents in the decision-making process in Ward 2?
Certainly the venues that are already in place, like the Ward 2 meetings, are very important to get feedback from the community, but I would also want to prioritize making myself available to the members. One of the best things I think that has come out of this past year with coronavirus is the virtualization of certain things, and being able to connect to community members and residents, even if we can't meet face-to-face, making sure that I am available virtually as well really opens up a lot more communication opportunities than might have been available in the past.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Marcano, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jessica, for joining us this evening. My question for you is, as an appointee, you're going to be filling out the remainder of the term for former Councilmember Johnston. And do you share the same values as Councilmember Johnston, which are the values upon which she was duly elected to council? And could you provide some examples of those shared values?
Yes, I do believe that I share some values with Councilmember Johnston. And a lot of them are the same values that I believe the entire City Council holds, and that is a desire to serve the members of the community. Councilmember Johnston was extremely passionate about her service to this city and to Ward 2, and that above anything else is what I would like to continue to provide in the remainder of the term.
All right, and to follow up, I guess, can you give some more specific examples, let's say around wages or housing, for example?
Yes. Another issue that Councilmember Johnston was passionate about was housing options and affordable housing in Ward 2 as well as the greater community of Aurora. And that is definitely something that I am also passionate about and that I would like to continue working on. I believe that a lot of other issues like homelessness that we already talked about really stem from a much larger group of issues like health, mental health, education, and job assistance, and all of those things combined I would love to work on to improve our not just homelessness but people that are facing possibly losing the housing that they already have.
And can you touch on wages for me?
Yes. Wages are a very challenging topic, not just in Aurora, but really in this country right now. I believe it's important to find a balance between a livable minimum wage and a wage that is achievable for businesses, including small businesses. It's something that is a delicate balancing act because, of course, you want to provide a living wage for the members of the community, and they should have that, but you don't want to price particularly small businesses out of being able to afford employees. I would want to do more research into what that is, what level is a sustainable wage for living, and what wage is a sustainable cost to small businesses to pay their employees in this area.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Murillo, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you so much for coming down and joining us today. For the past 3 years, the city has engaged in evidence-based housing solutions to address our housing needs in Aurora. Recently, there's been efforts to institute a camping ban that goes against data-driven solutions and expert recommendations, and that's solely being proposed because it's an election year. Will you vote against any version of a camping ban if you are appointed to this position, since you are in fact an appointee?
Thank you. Yes, so as I had stated before, I believe that the way that that is currently written is very difficult to enforce. A camping ban puts greater stress on our police force at a time when that is something that is struggling right now as well. I do believe that the members of the community that are homeless, that are camping, right, are there because they have nowhere else to go. So it's important to address the reason that they're there in the first place, that we have these dispersed camps in the city, and to try to eliminate the need for those. I believe that's the most important point of action. So I would not vote for that the way it is written. I do believe that there could be changes made to that, which may change my decision on how to vote. Again, I think it would have to be something that's enforceable. It would have to be something, I think, where the 72-hour time limit is addressed, and that it provides more information for what the solution is. So if the camping ban is implemented and these community members have to be moved, are we providing a better solution for them? That's the most important thing. I understand that there are many members of the community in Ward 2 and Aurora who have concerns with the sort of temporary camps that are popping up throughout the city and the safety concerns that go along with those. But if we provide them with a better option, I think that's more important than just banning camping.
Okay, I do have some follow-ups. So you would, I guess to clarify, you would support a version of the camping ban if it changed to be more amenable or to your liking?
I would consider voting for it if it were changed to be primarily about where the community members camping could go. Strictly a camping ban, I do not support.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, do you believe the city needs an equity plan? And what would be included in an equity plan if you do agree?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't hear you.
Do you believe the city needs an equity plan? We'll start there.
I do not. I don't think that specifically set an equity plan will provide Aurora with the benefit that it seeks to provide. I think focusing on existing resources, improving the programs that we have in place is going to be more beneficial.
So you don't see an equity plan as a way to improve what we are already doing?
It can be. I believe that additional time spent to create a new equity plan, some of that time may be better spent, again, in enhancing the programs that we already have in place.
And what would be your decision-making process to determine how we move forward in that? If there's, what resources would you use to inform improving our current processes?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Could you?
So my question is, what would be your decision-making process to improve our current offerings through a city? You mentioned that you didn't believe an equity plan would inform that. So I'm curious, what would inform better decision-making?
So I think that in the various programs and the committees and boards that we have in place, if we ensure that perhaps a specific member could be added to committees and boards to ensure that they're focusing on equity by placing those members in each individual committee or board or project, that the same goal could be accomplished. I do think it's an important topic, it's an important goal for the city. I just believe that at a lower level, it might be more productive.
Thank you.
Councilmember Murillo, your time has expired. Jessica Giammalvo, you now have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for being here, Mayor and Council. I really appreciate your time. I understand that this is not a normal circumstance for appointing the next Ward 2 representative. Again, I'm here to serve the community. That is my sole purpose for being here, and to be able to represent Ward 2 in the city of Aurora and give those people a voice. That is my sole purpose. I would absolutely do that with respect for both the members of this community as well as this council. And while I may not agree with everything that comes forward, as no one would, I would look forward to working with everyone to improve the city of Aurora in the time that I have.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being here tonight, and for your work in the community and for your desire to serve the city of Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you.
The council will, the time is now 5:45. The council will stand in recess until 5:50. Katie, is there any chance that we could start the next applicant at 5:50?
Yes, he's already here, so we can bring him in.
Okay, so we stand in recess until 5:50.
Can I have a-
Good.
Oh, I just don't want
Yeah, you like to change it up?
Your light is not working?
What is it?
Still? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me get Randy and see if he can.
It's like hit or miss.
For being an applicant for the vacancy of Ward 2, and I certainly appreciate your desire to serve the city. And you now have 2 minutes for opening comments to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be a member of our city council.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've moved to the Denver area about 7 years ago for my job. I got a job out here, and a few months after moving out here, we started looking for a house because what was supposed to be an 18-month contract, my wife and I looked at each other and said, we like this place, we want to stay. And we've been here ever since, and we looked for a house in Aurora because frankly, it's been a great place to raise a family. So it's myself, my wife, we have 5 kids now. My kids go to school, Aurora schools. We use the libraries, we use the parks, we use the trails. This is our community, and frankly, we've really fallen in love with it. We like living here, and it's been good to us. The reason I want to run is because I feel like a lot of people maybe come to something like this with an idea of, hey, let's put our mark on the world. Let's be the first to do something. Let's do something revolutionary. And like I said, I give a lot of credit to yourselves and your predecessors. I really like this community. And while I've lived in many houses now, I've owned 3 houses. What I know is that a house needs work and a community needs work. You have to put the maintenance in to keep everything running smoothly. When something is broken, you have to fix it. But I look at Aurora and I don't look at it as a place that, you need to, home remodelers talk about scrape and rebuild. I don't look at Aurora that way. I look at it as a community that is great, and yes, we need to put the work into it and we need to keep it great. And I would like to be part of that process.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Luke, for being here and applying for the position.
Thank you.
There's a lot of development happening in Ward 2, so my question is, can you explain in general terms how a Metro District funds development?
So, from my understanding, the Metro District is, and this might not be the best politically correct way to say it, but it's basically an HOA that's recognized on a much larger scale, that you have these set of rules the same way an HOA does, that this is the way that we're going to run this community and plan this community and design this community, but that those set of rules are then codified at a higher level than just a HOA's guidance, and it's funded through the tax basis of that Metro District. So they're able to impose an additional levy for that Metro District and fund the operations of that.
Great, and then I have a follow-up. Do you know of any current regulations that would protect homeowners in a Metro District?
I'm sure there are some. I'm not aware of any specific ones off the top of my head, no.
Or just any ideas that come to mind in terms of helping residents understand
Understand
metro
their-
districts?
Okay. No, I've learned everything I know just Googling. I'm not aware of any good communication out there to make sure that that information is generally available to, potential residents or residents of those districts.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, our city clerk, Katie Rodriguez, you are recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Berzins, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Berzin's question is, with Ward 2 growing so fast, how can we try to keep the costs down for housing for all income ranges?
So for me, it mostly comes down to we need to grow the housing faster than we're growing the incoming residents. And we have to attract more developers, not less. We have to do that in a responsible way, not just kind of open the floodgates and, wild, wild west. But we have to encourage developers to come in and build more houses. Right now, we're in a situation where pretty much if a developer builds a house, it's going to get bought. It doesn't matter if it's a good house. It doesn't matter because people just need houses. And we don't have enough houses for the residents that we have, and more are pouring in, and we need to encourage development in any way we can by changing zoning as necessary, but again responsibly, but by reaching out and accelerating the speed at which we complete these developments. So that might include, code enforcement plans, and a lot of that is pretty specific to how you work with each opportunity, but really making that a top priority to get as many developers in as possible.
And she does have a follow-up. Do you feel that your suggestions are fair for all Aurorans in all income ranges?
Yeah, so the problem, so to speak, is the more of a housing crisis there is, the more difficulty we have having enough housing for people, the more you end up with a situation where the people at the bottom of the economic ladder are the most disproportionately affected. They're going to be, they can't afford, right now, my neighborhood has gone up, I want to say like 20% in the last year and some change. That's people that are working at the bottom end of the economic ladder don't have 20% more in their budget. People that have good, cushy, successful careers, they can afford to, okay, we'll absorb another 20%. But we need to be able to have more housing for more people, and that, by definition, creates more affordable housing for people that are at the bottom end of that.
Thank you.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Luke, homelessness is a growing problem in the city of Aurora and across this country, and obviously noticeable via these encampments. What initiatives would you put forward to reduce homelessness in the city of Aurora?
I think, first of all, we have to recognize that homelessness is a very complex topic. There's a lot of different people that find themselves homeless, and there's a lot of different reasons. But I'll just break that down into probably the top three, if you will. There's probably a lot. There's many subsets of these, and I don't want to oversimplify it. But you have the mental health crisis, which it is a crisis. We have a huge problem with mental health in America and in Aurora, and we need to be providing more mental health assistance to help people that find themselves in these situations, because fundamentally the problem isn't that they find themselves homeless. The problem is that they have some mental health problem that is preventing them from thriving as a citizen of Aurora, and they're not getting the help they need. And so that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is those who just find themselves in a financial bind. You know, the financial situation, we talked about the housing situation, the finances just don't support it. You know, they're stuck. And we need to be talking about how do we bring down the cost of living, you know, specifically the cost of housing in Aurora, and how do we attract developers to do that? We need to look at, and I think we have I think we've seen it through the pandemic, a robust unemployment system, but it's all part of that. We need to make sure that we're providing the services they need. We need to make sure that we're encouraging. I work at a food bank on Tuesdays, that we're encouraging those situations to help people out that are at that kind of right at the edge, you know, and being able to help them. And then you have people, frankly, whether for whatever reason, that just don't want to be part of, so to speak, the system. They don't want to be part of, you know, paying a mortgage or rent or having regular setup, whether it be, and a lot of people talk about drugs, and that's part of it, but there's a lot of other reasons. People that just want to, you know, I want to drift from here to there. I don't want to answer to the man, so to speak. And I think we have to look at that situation. I think, you know, just recently passed the what's it called, but the camping thing, and we have to look and say, okay, these are people, they are going to be in our community, whether they're transient or whether they're permanent, whatever, they are going to be here. And how do we make sure that they're doing it in a safe way? How do we make sure that they're not, you know, infringing on other people's private property? How do we provide a space for that? Because it is a way of life for some people. And we have to recognize that and make plans that don't necessarily encourage it, but that at least plan for the practicality of it.
Should you be appointed to fill this position, this particular vacancy, you will find yourself voting on a camping ban, an ordinance, and it would require a minimum of 72 hours notice before an encampment can be abated, and then it would require the city to provide an alternate location for those individuals to go to. What is your view on a camping ban, and how would you vote on that proposed ordinance?
Yeah, to me, that's a reasonable expectation. If you're going to say you can't camp here, and we shouldn't say, you know, it's not, again, not the Wild Wild West. It's not just free reign everywhere. If you're going to say you can't camp here, then we need to provide some kind of, okay, but here's where you can camp, because clearly this is what you're going to do. And that's kind of that practicality, that pragmatism that I was talking about, where you do have to acknowledge this is the reality, and where you can't just say no, that's too ambiguous. You have to provide some kind of an answer.
How would you vote on such a proposal?
I'd vote for it.
Thank you. Councilmember Coombs, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you so much for, I turned off my mic last time because it had feedback. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, for putting yourself out there, for the possibility to serve. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
My question is around oil and gas. Your predecessor was a leader in the city on ensuring that our oil and gas regulations are protective of the community. So do you support the oil and gas regulations that the city currently has in place that were led in part by Councilmember Johnston? And what is your approach to oil and gas development in general?
Yeah, I think we have some really good regulations in Aurora and Colorado. Oil and gas is it's a viable industry. I don't want to come out like, oh, hey, you know, oil and gas, they're all evil. I don't believe that. People are in business. They have a right to do business, but we do need to have some regulations that protect them. And my observation is that the biggest danger is not in a lack of regulation, but a lack of enforcement of regulation. That we need to be, when we look at the regulation that we have, we need to make sure that it's something that we can measure, that it's something we can actually follow up on, and that we have it has some teeth that we can do something about it if it's not followed. Now, in terms of the regulation we have. I think I've been watching it change little bit by little as I've been here, and I think that we are probably right about, frankly, a pretty sweet spot, so to speak, if I can use that terminology of we did need some regulation. I don't know that we had a lot of regulation when I moved out here, and before that, from what I read of the history of Colorado and Aurora, but we probably don't need a lot more. We just need to make sure that we enforce what we have.
Okay, and to follow up on that, if there were a conflict between the health and safety of the community and statements from community members about their concerns regarding health and safety and requests that are being made by oil and gas industry, how would you handle that situation?
Yeah, I mean, health and safety has to be first, right? But I will say, you made the statement, there was a conflict between health and safety and people's concerns of health and safety. Sometimes there are education, I'll say, approaches that the very nature of oil and gas is not necessarily irresponsible. That, as we move toward a more sustainable future, and I'm all for it, that we have a practicality of, but we still use oil and gas today, and we do have to get those things, but we have to look at all three of those, and I'm not sure if you meant those as 2 or 3. We have to look at all 3 of those. Do we have a legitimate health and safety concern? In which case, that's a non-starter, right? Like we don't want to be putting our citizens' health and safety at risk. And then you have, but the oil and gas interests. Well, so what if we have a health and safety concern? But also, it is not uncommon, specifically in charged topics like oil and gas, for people to drum up fear and drum up concerns that maybe aren't justifiable by the science. And that's where you have to say, okay, this is a concern, but when you look at the facts, when you look at the science, this is not a concern that can be supported by the facts and science. And if there's a gray area, if you can't get if you can't get the right experts in the room, so to speak, or if the experts don't know, I do think that's where you play it safe. If there's a lot of, if there's, hey, we don't know what the follow-on effects of this 30 years from now is, you do play it safe, right? You don't know. But when there's clear evidence, sometimes you can just resolve things like that by better communicating, better educating.
Okay. Mayor, do we have time for an additional follow-up?
Quickly, you're
Okay.
at 4:36 right now.
Okay, just so you did mention sustainability and sustainable energy. What do you think that balance is between pursuing that and supporting the development of oil and gas?
I think we should be pursuing sustainable energy with all possible speed. There's a practicality of it takes a while, that we need to be moving there as quickly as we can, but also understanding that we have infrastructure that needs to run. We need our grocery store shelf to be empty in the meantime, that we need to be able to continue running the things we have until the sustainability gets to where we need to be.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gardner, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, Luke. Thank you for being here. My question is, what do you think are two or three of the most important issues facing City Council, and what are some specific things in your background that you think would help you contribute to solving those problems?
Yeah. A few of the things that kind of pop to the front of my mind is Aurora is not really a place that people think of to go. Aurora is a great place to live. Aurora is a great place to raise a family, but we're kind of in Denver's shadow, if you will. And I would love to see that change. I would love to see us growing more into a destination that people really want to come to, and not just a bedroom community. But I'll say the larger issue is, right now, and this isn't unique to Aurora City Council, but local governments and for that matter, large governments around the nation are facing this this concern of the citizens aren't being heard. They don't feel heard. Whether that's fair or not is frankly irrelevant. There's this concern that they're not feeling heard. And from my background, that is frankly been a big part of my personal life, but a big part of my career as well for a long time is, we call it voice of the customer. And that's the nice buzzword in my field, but being able to look at the situation and hear the customer and be able to not just sit down and offer platitudes, but actually make sure that they're feeling heard, make sure that when we communicate back in a way that they're hearing their voice coming out of your mouth, that you're saying, okay, this is what I'm hearing you saying. And they're able to connect with that and say, okay, you heard me. And now there's going to be some follow-up. And now that follow-up, you know, a long time ago in tech support, I used to have this thing. We all had the same vendor who never answered any of the problem tickets that we submitted. And I would call my customers every day, like, hey, just to let you know, I harassed the vendor again today. And just that follow-up of that simple, hey, you didn't forget about me, I'm on it. That follow-up speaks wonders for people. And then the third thing, if I can take just a little bit more time, we have this in Aurora. We have a great community, but we need to build more bridges. We need to build more community, and that has been a drive of mine my whole adult life. That my wife and I talk all the time about how do we build community here? How do we bring people together and not just, and it's taking yourself out of it. You're not just together because I'm here saying, hey, get together and talk. But I bring you together and we shake hands and we start talking, and then I'm able to step back from that situation, and now that connection can maintain between the two of you directly. And the more of that community, when you talk about crime, when you talk about helping people that are economically disadvantaged, when you talk about some of the bigger challenges that face Aurora, when you're able to build community can come together and rally together and really make a difference, really that far exceeds the scope and power of city council.
So let's accept your premise that Aurora needs to be a destination, not just a bedroom community. So how do we get there, and what are some specific things in your background that you think would contribute to that goal?
Yeah, so in terms of the, making Aurora a destination, I've run an Airbnb. I'm all legit on the books here in Aurora for several years, and that's the question all the time from every guest that we have is, hey, you guys are all the way out in Aurora. What's there to do in Aurora? And I like to recommend, things that are local, things that are, right here. And I use Aurora has put out historically, and we have it in our Airbnb, like a local dining guide, for example, and really kind of promoting. And so just that experience of knowing that we have these guests and they're looking for places to go, things to do, and whatnot, having that. Communicating that out well, and I think Aurora has. I just mentioned restaurants. I think Aurora has a great restaurant scene, but it may not always be the most promoted thing. I think that Aurora has great parks, and I think that we could do a bit more to promote them and to make sure that they're really accessible.
All right. Thanks again for your answers.
Clerk Katie Rodriguez, you are recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Hiltz, who could not be with us tonight.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I crossed you off. I don't know why. Must have been just a subconscious thing. Councilmember Gruber, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Luke, thanks for being with us tonight. I know this is, it has to be very trying for you, and I appreciate the fact you put yourself out there to do it.
Thank you.
All right, so let me get to my question. As an elected body, public safety is our top priority. We used to be among the top, the safest cities in the nation. Just this year, we've had over 10 murders, 1,100 major violent crimes, over 5,200 major property crimes, and our arrests are dropping. In fact, we have officers leaving the police force at a higher rate than ever before. So my question is, what are your thoughts on how to protect your residents in Ward 2?
Yeah, so I think that really dovetails nicely with my previous answer about community. I think that you can look at the metrics and we should, police ratios and how to properly, set up routes and make sure that you're eliminating the time. I read somewhere like the length of time it takes to fill out like an incident report and how that is damaging to the productivity of the police force. And there's a lot of initiatives there that I think, increasing the efficiency of the police force, and that may include increasing the, especially as as people are leaving the police force, it might really make a difference. But ultimately, I do think that when we come together more as a community, including our police force, you look at examples across the country of police forces really doing more community-oriented things. In addition to doing their beat work, they're there, and I'm not just in the community in the sense that I'm walking through a neighborhood or driving through a neighborhood. In Aurora is mostly driven, but I'm actually out in the community, and my presence is visible because I'm actually talking to people and not just criminals. That when you can increase the connections between the community, including the police force specifically, that then their job, frankly, becomes a lot easier. Then you don't have the situation where, my house got robbed, but I don't want to talk to the cops because the cops are just terrible people. And they when there's actually, hey, I know that cop because he walks my beat. And hey, somebody broke into my house, and it's this guy, and this is his license plate. You can do something about that. And I think that more community involvement from the police officers, like I said, there's a lot of really practical efficiencies you can realize, and I think that that's important. But when you have that community sense, then, and I think most police officers, and I have them in my family, and I know several, as friends. Most police officers, they get into it because ultimately they want to protect and serve, right? They get into it for all the right reasons. They care about people. They want to make safer communities. But any work environment that's toxic wears on people, and that's why you have people that are leaving and people resigning, because if they're not given the support of, hey, this is what it's going to take to make this a situation where you want people to look at cops and be like, I'm safe, the police are there. Not like, oh no, the police are here, what now? And we have to do more to foster that reputation of the police department, to make it something where people do feel safe, where people do feel, hey, I want to talk to that cop because he's got my back. And the more we can promote that, and I think we will see these police officers that came into this for that reason because they want to protect and serve. I think we'll see those rise to the top, and we'll see those really thrive under those conditions.
So could you explain a little more? Gang violence, for example, is a major issue. Car thefts are a major issue. Breaking and entering into houses are major issues. Could you explain how that would lower those crimes in Ward 2?
Yeah. So my brother-in-law is a city police officer in upstate New York, and they have car thefts and gang violence, same as Aurora. It's not as big a community as Aurora, but they have the same concerns. And he knows the people on his beat. He knows his route, and he knows who he deals with, and he has conversations with them. And when things happen, he knows who to talk to, and he knows because he actually talks to people, and he knows when something goes down. He knows both who are the likely suspects, if you will, and he knows who to talk to that will tell him that will provide some kind of information because he it's starting a conversation, and it's not a conversation of, hey, the only time you interact with me is when I'm, trying to put you in jail or trying to give you a fine or whatever, but that you interact with me on a regular basis, and you know me, and at some point, when you interact with people enough, you start to realize people are just people, no matter who they are, even if they're cops or even if they're city council members, even if they're, business owners. People are people, and the more people interact in that normalcy of interactions, the more they're willing to interact when things go badly. I was a manager at a previous company, and the things we would do to promote normal interactions, specifically me between the guys that worked for me, so that when things went badly, and they did, when you look at the guy next to you and you're like, this person is another person, it's another human being, and you can remember that, as opposed to just the only time I interact with them is when things go badly, then it's easy to associate the things going badly with the person, and you lose that humanity.
Thank you. Now, our city clerk, Katie Rodriguez, you are recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Hiltz, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Hiltz wanted to thank you for attending tonight, and she said sorry that she could not be here in person. Her question is to define what you think the role of the police department should be and what specific reforms you would like to see implemented.
So that's a lot on the same as the last question. The police department is to protect and serve, right? We should be looking at police officers and saying, I'm safer because I see a police officer here, not I'm going to get in trouble. And that perspective from all parties involved, from the town council, from the police department, from the police chief, from the citizenry, is achieved by setting really clear expectations. By being able to communicate, okay, we're not going to have, these, it's not going to be arbitrary. I'm not going to get in trouble for doing something that I didn't even know was, that like I looked at him sideways, and so, somebody made a phone call and said that I look suspicious. A police officer, I wasn't involved, but I was present for a domestic dispute a couple years ago. And I came home and I told my wife, I was like, those police officers knew what they were talking about. They knew the law, they knew their job, but they were terrible at de-escalating the situation. That they came in, and I witnessed this, They call it the command voice or command presence. I witnessed this charging in like bulls in a china shop, and their demeanor set the tone for the whole exchange. That they didn't come in prepared to bring the situation down. They came prepared to take that situation as high as it needed to go. And there's a practicality around preparedness. I get that. I'm not dismissing that. But you can be prepared while still projecting calm and confidence. And that right now, I don't even think we train for that. I think we train for, we're going to take charge of the situation, but it comes across very, raising the energy level and raising the tensions of the situation. So I think that we need to look at how we train police officers to come into those situations and be able to diffuse tense situations, and we need to do a really good job creating situations where police officers can, I'm aware of one such program, and I think there needs to be more, where police officers go and they do summer school classes with students, and they teach them about police, and they teach them about just kind of, it's like a mentorship program. A friend of mine who's a cop participated in that. We need more programs like that where they can make these connections, they can do those kinds of things that make them more obviously members of our community, train them to de-escalate situations. And then, like I said, there's a host of really practical things that you'd have to really get into the weeds to get into, but to just streamline what they do and make it more efficient so they don't waste time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Luke, thank you for being here and applying for this position. I know it's hard to put yourself out there, but I appreciate you being here. In this position, you will be influenced by developers, lobbyists, people, groups, organizations. So my question to you is this: how will you be able to represent the needs of your constituents if a lobbyist or an organization is influencing you?
The best thing I can say here is I am not easily influenced. I don't foresee that being a big concern. But the biggest thing to make sure, in a general sense, to make sure that you're not being influenced unfairly, is to have accountability. That you need accountability, people that that you can go to, people that can see things objectively, people that don't have possibly the same influence, that can speak to you and be like, hey, you're parroting what somebody else is saying. You're not thinking for yourself. And a lot of that accountability, there's a few people that you surround yourself, that can really provide personal accountability. And then in a situation like this on City Council, you have a situation where we have a great opportunity to have accountability from the community, to give them a voice, to give them the opportunity to influence City Council as much as anybody else might be having a voice in our ear, to give them that those same opportunities for access, and more so to make sure that their voice is the biggest influence you have.
So, Mayor, do I have a little bit more time?
Yes, please
Okay.
proceed.
So let me dig into this a little bit with what you just stated. You will be influenced. So people will be coming to you, and organizations, et cetera. So about different issues that are coming before the council. You just said that it takes a personal accountability, but at the end of the day, how are you going to deal with that? A decision comes up before council, you're being influenced, you don't maybe go with that decision? How are you going to, and because the primary cause of this job is the citizens, the constituents. That should be the voice, right? But you will be influenced. So my question is to dig in a little bit deeper with what you just stated, is how will you deal with that? Because it will happen. You kind of went into it, but can you give me a little bit more deeper dive into that?
Yeah, so I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're saying if you do, you have this accountability and you see this conflict of interests. Okay, yes. So, I mean, the simplest thing, if you do have a conflict of interests, then if it's I'll say a direct conflict of interest, that you can bow out of that discussion, right? I can't speak to this because I have a conflict here that doesn't allow me to see things, I'll say unbiased, without a bias. Now, but the other thing is there's maybe some more subtle, and those are the more challenging ones, right? These subtle biases, and the key thing, and I do think having many voices is the key thing to avoid those more subtle bias. Instead, not that obvious direct, okay, I can't be part of this because I can't be trusted, because I do know that I have a bias here that's influencing me. But those more subtle biases, they're combated by having a variety, a diversity of voices that you listen to, that have the opportunity to speak to you, and that you actually pay attention to, and that you actually value. And putting yourself in a situation to hear and listen to and be influenced in the right way by a variety of different voices, I think is the antidote to having any one voice be too strong.
Is my time up, Mayor?
Sorry. No, you still,
Okay.
you have about 45 seconds.
Okay, and so my, a follow-up question to that, to what you just stated. How do you plan to involve the residents in the decision-making process in Ward 2?
So I know town council has, kind of a open invite for residents to be involved, but specifically in Ward 2, it's going out and meeting residents and finding opportunities. That's part of the community building I'm talking about. That would apply to me, like going out and talking to people and creating events and opportunities where I'm there with my constituents and giving them a voice. Hey, talk to me about this, and maybe sometimes with directed questions. This is what's important to me, and sometimes, hey, tell me anything or ask me anything, like bring anything up, and just giving them the opportunity one-on-one in the smallest and all the way up to like, okay, show up for a town council meeting, and we do have an opportunity to have a voice in this forum too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Marcano, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Luke, for being here. Pardon me while I flip to my question. There it is. So as an appointee, you're going to be filling out the remainder of former Councilmember Johnston's term. And do you share the same values as Councilmember Johnston, which are the values upon which she was duly elected? And could you provide some examples of those shared values?
So in a general sense, absolutely. When you talk about honesty, integrity, those are values that we should all share. That without any doubt, we should all have kind of a base set of values that anybody in public office should hold. And when you talk about specifics, you have to look at people. Everybody's unique, and I don't have any. I'll say gripe with the outgoing council member. I don't have any concerns, but also I'm my own person. I have my own take on things. I do have my own perspectives, and so I wouldn't consider myself to be somebody that you'd look at and you'd be like, okay, they're a direct replacement for this person. By no means. But when you look at the values of coming here and serving together and caring about our community and trying to build an open and inclusive community and trying to build a community that really comes together in tough times, and at all times we're accountable and we're honest and we have everything with integrity. Like I said, those I would hope that and I'm sure any one of you would agree with those values. Okay,
so a follow-up more specifically then. Let's talk about values around wages, for example.
I think that until we have, so right now we have wages. We have this grand debate about the $15 minimum wage, and if you do any research on it, it is a pure political game. That minimum wage has not exceeded inflationary rates across the country for a long time. That when we raise minimum wages, what we're doing is we're recognizing that inflation has gone up, and you have a situation that we're just saying this is the reality. When I drive by Walmart and McDonald's, they're all paying more than $15 right now. So we have to go a little bit broader on that topic. We have a situation where we have to decide, and I think I have opinions, but it can't be my decision alone. We have to decide whether we actually believe in quote unquote a living wage, because $15 an hour isn't, or not. That when we look at a minimum wage, this is a wage that a high school student is going to be making, and therefore it makes sense that it be $15 an hour, or it doesn't. And there needs to be a larger debate on, frankly, whether you can dictate that kind of thing, And if you should dictate that kind of thing at a much larger level, like I said, $15 an hour isn't it. Where do we land when we talk about a minimum wage? That we have to look and say, can we enforce this? Is this something that our business community can support? To say, okay, we have to bring people in and they have to be able to make a living, or is this something that it's not practical, it's not possible, and that's a very large debate, it's not something that is answered with a trite answer, is the best I know how to say that.
Okay, Mayor, what's my time look like?
You have 50 minutes, 50 seconds.
I was going to say, wow, okay.
50 seconds. Well, it's going to be a late night.
All right.
50 seconds.
All right, I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Councilmember Murillo, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi there, and thank you so much for joining us and for your time today. For the past 3 years, the city has engaged in evidence-based housing solutions to address our housing needs in Aurora. Recently, there have been efforts to institute a camping ban that goes against data-driven solutions and expert recommendation, and that is solely being proposed because it's an election year. Will you vote against any version of a camping ban if you are appointed to this position, since you are in fact an appointee and not elected?
So the camping ban, as I understand as it stands right now, would I vote against any version? Sure, depending on what version it was. But a version that says you can't camp here, you can camp here. Like I said, earlier we mentioned that the practicality of, hey, you can't just camp anywhere you want. We do have people, a lot of people in Aurora camping. And so we have to take a practical approach and say they do have to go somewhere. So yes, what I vote against is if there's a version of the camping ban that said, I don't know, that said we're just outright blanket, no instructions, nothing, no understanding of the practicality where we're at. Sure, absolutely. But I do believe that a version that takes into account the need of not having things be the wild, wild west, not having things just be chaos and confusion, having some level of order, that would be something that I would very much support.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns related to the enforcement of a camping ban?
This goes back to a previous question in terms of regulations. It's important, it goes back to our policing conversation. It's important that we have really clear expectations of what is needed. That's where something like a camping ban needs to be very clearly communicated, not only to the residents, not only to the people that might be camping, but also to anybody who might need to enforce it. That the expectations of how that would be enforced need to be really clearly laid out so that there's a consistent experience. So it's not just, hey, we're just, you got some people with clubs, and that obviously is in no one's interest. But we have evictions right now they're supported with, well, not right now, but with like police lockouts. We know how to handle these kinds of situations, and I'm not trivializing it. I understand there's some unique challenges, but we're not completely unaware of how things like this work.
Okay, would you support a camping ban if there are fines and jail time as a result?
I would not be in favor of jail time. I'll be honest, the fines I am, what's the word I'm looking for? I hesitate that they would even be collectible, enforceable, and I'm really kind of opposed to things that you can't actually enforce. Like just having a fine that you're not ever going to be able to collect just creates bureaucracy.
Thank you. Related on the subject of housing, do you believe the city needs an equity plan?
I think that when it comes to housing, the best thing that the city can do is to pursue more housing. That we, when we look at the developments coming into Aurora, we have, specifically in Ward 2, we have quite a bit of land. The developments aren't keeping up with the demand. And the most important thing we can do to make sure that everybody gets a chance is having more houses. That the more there's a shortage, the more opportunity there is for there to be this dramatic distinction between those who can afford it and those who can't.
So just quickly, is that a yes or a no?
It depends on the specifics, I guess, is the best answer. I don't generally tend to favor any one thing blanket. Do I favor regulations if they make sense? Do I favor raising the taxes if it makes sense? Do I favor different things? There's so much nuance to anything like even a camping ban. We're talking about different versions of a camping ban. There's so much nuance to anything like that. Should we be looking at how to make sure that Aurora is as equitable as possible? Absolutely. The specifics is nuanced and it's hard to answer in the few minutes we have.
Thank you.
Luke Kodenko, did I say it right? Okay.
Yes.
I want to thank you so much for being here tonight
Thank you.
and sharing with us your views. You now have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Yeah, so I'll just bring it back to the beginning. I'm very thankful for the work that, like I said, yourselves and your predecessors have put into Aurora. I think it's a great place to live. I don't want to see somebody come in that's, got an axe to grind or a mark to make, or I just want to see it continue to be a great place to live. And I want to put in the maintenance that's necessary for that. I see that as an opportunity to really think about things in a fresh way, in a way that hasn't been looked at before, and try to apply those solutions to this community and really just build a stronger community together.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. The time is now 6:41. The City Council will stand in recess until 6:51. The special study session of the Aurora City Council for Wednesday, June 23rd is called back into order. Mr. Robert Joey Hamilton, thank you so much for being an applicant in this process, and you now have 2 minutes for your opening remarks to give us some background about yourself and why you want to be appointed to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Robert Hamilton III. My day life is I'm a management consultant. I've been doing that for about 11 years. I've had the great fortune of working with over 100 businesses within the Denver metro area in the last 11 or 12 years. I've had the great fortune of owning a business myself within Aurora, as well as a few outside of the state. In terms of why I want to run for city council, I'm here because I feel like my voice has never really truly been heard, and I've always felt like I wanted to have that representation, and I think I finally decided that maybe it was time for me to be that representation, because I know that there are a lot of people in Ward 2 that are like me. Either they haven't spoken up, felt like they couldn't speak up, or really didn't know the best avenue with which to do so, and I'm here to perhaps give them the voice that they've been desperately needing. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Robert, for being here and for applying for the position for the vacancy. Can you explain in general terms how a metro district is funded for development, since in Ward 2 you have a lot of development happening?
And I'm going to just ask one clarifying question. We are speaking specific to housing, correct?
Yes, metro districts for housing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What I know about programs that exist for housing, I've received through the lens of working with organizations like CHAFA, the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. And through that and through just general research, I've been able to educate myself on other programs that exist between various types of assistance. And that's essentially the short of what I do know about it.
Okay, and do you know if you live, for example, in a HOA or a metro district
I do not
yourself?
live in an HOA nor a covenant-controlled
Oh, okay,
no.
okay. Because my question was really more about how a metro district funds a development.
So I am very much aware how HOAs work, and that's mostly just because I hear from a lot of people that don't particularly care for them, or at least they register their complaints. So I think I'm aware of how an HOA would exist or how it would work, yes.
Okay, and then a follow-up question is, do you know of any current regulations that do protect homeowners?
Outside of programs I may have alluded to earlier, no, ma'am.
Okay. Mayor, may I just continue?
Please
to follow?
proceed. You're well within your 5 minutes.
Okay. In terms of development in Ward 2, are you familiar with any of the current developments?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know, I don't know if you know the names of them or just maybe where they're located?
Yeah, most of our development is, of course, east of the highway. At least from what I see, it tends to be the most obvious in terms of sprawl. So if you look at Murphy Creek or the similar subdivisions that are going out that way, I am very familiar with those.
Okay,
I don't necessarily venture that direction as often because my work is on essentially the west side of the toll road.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our city clerk, Katie Rodriguez, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions of the applicant on behalf of Councilmember Berzins, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Berzin's question is, with Ward 2 growing so fast, how can we try to keep the cost down for housing for all income ranges?
Thank you for that question. One that I think I actually probably do know a little bit about. When you look at a house going up, 75% of the cost is the land and essentially what goes into building the house, and 25% is of or relating to the government. I think if we're going to look at decreasing housing costs, a couple things that I would that comes to my mind would be to how do we limit some of the government bloat that goes into the building of the home or the subdivision or however that's going up. Additionally, I think something we can do is it has to do with property taxes. I know that I have many in my community that have, bought homes when they were being built in the early 80s, and they've been there since then, and now they're at the age where, their house is paid off, they're retiring, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to scrape money together to figure out how they're going to pay the property taxes on the homes that they've lived in for 30, 35, 40 years. That specific topic is one that is important to me, is trying to figure out how to make homes more affordable, specifically through property taxes. And I would like to work to know more and work with the government to work with city council to figure out how to minimize a lot of the zoning costs and the other stuff that goes into the building of a house or the creation of a subdivision.
Thank you. She does have a follow-up. Do you feel that your suggestions are fair for all Aurorans in all income ranges?
Yeah, they would be applied across the board. I mean, in terms of home ownership, without a doubt. In terms of creating rental homes and items like that, I think the one that a lot of people look to in terms of kind of controlling rental prices is any type of economic price control or rent ceilings. I will say that I'm not for any type of a rent ceiling or any type of price control when it comes to housing or really honestly anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Robert Hamilton, Robert Joey Hamilton. Homelessness is a growing problem in Aurora as it is across the entire country. What kind of initiatives would you think appropriate or would you put forward if you were in fact appointed to this position to reduce the problem of homelessness?
Thank you for the question. Before I directly answer, I want to point out that I know that this is becoming a growing issue, not just because what we see between news articles and social media feeds and from the various items that have come out from City Council and you, Mayor. But I've also received that question in a number of candidate forums. Most recently on Monday, the Colorado Black Women for Political Action had a very, very pointed question about what that would look like or what I feel about when it comes to homelessness. Homelessness is one of those things that I think we all feel relatively similar when we're coming off of 225 and we see the camps. And I think we, as a community, I know specifically in Ward 2, we all want to do something about it. I think it's something that we all agree upon, that we need to do something to help these people. I recognize, and I've skimmed through the varying thoughts and opinions of council members as well as you, Mayor, and I want to commend you for doing something. We have to start by doing something, one foot in front of the other, right? So while I commend the motions made thus far, I personally would like to see a little, as we move forward, a little less involvement by City Council and the government, and I would like to see more involvement, more direction, more commitment from the community, from the residents of Aurora, from the individuals like me that when you get off 225 on Mississippi or even on Iliff, and you see the varying camps that have grown, like, pardon the term, like wildfire. I think we all need to help, and we all want to help.
Should you be appointed to this position, you would be faced with voting on a proposed ordinance that would in fact be a camping ban that would require a minimum 72-hour notice to encampments, and then would require the city to provide a designated alternative location for them to go to. What is your view about such a camping ban ordinance, and how would you vote on it?
That's one of the things that have kept me up at night is specifically thinking about this and reading through, like I said, the varying thoughts and opinions of all of us in the room. Is I want to do something, and I don't necessarily think the camping ban is exactly how I would draw it up. or would 100% align with probably how I feel about handling things, but I want to do something. I would be in support of the camping ban.
Very well. Councilmember Coombs, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Robert, for taking the time to be with us and putting yourself out there to potentially take this position. So my question is about oil and gas development. Your predecessor, who was duly elected by the citizens of your ward, was a leader on oil and gas issues in the city. So my question is, do you support the regulations that the city put in place under her leadership? And what is your approach to oil and gas in general?
I want to say that I support the work that Ms. Johnson has done. I would like to see less regulations in general. That is my prerogative. However, that may not necessarily be the prerogative of the people of Ward 2. With something along the lines of oil and gas and the possible impact not only to jobs in the community, but also to public health and safety, I feel like you have to gain consensus from the people within your ward before making a decision. Because as I am just one person, or in the case of my household, 2 people, we are merely just 2 people within the ward with 2 opinions. So I would like to speak to the constituents in Ward 2 and get consensus on how they feel.
Great. And then if there was a conflict between the thoughts of your constituents, particularly around health and safety, and the desires of industry in relation to oil and gas regulation, how would you handle that?
Dichotomy that I fight every single day, being someone who's pro-business and also somebody who's pro-people. I think when you're faced with that type of question is, do you advocate or work with business versus advocate or work with your constituents? You should always side with your constituents.
Okay, and then finally, if you were looking at projects around developing sustainable and renewable energy, and that was in conflict with oil and gas development, how would you handle that?
I am 100% in support of renewable or alternative energies, and not just solar or wind. I've worked on projects that involved using pig manure to generate energy, so I'm certainly in support of ulterior items. I do recognize not only how oil and gas impacts the city of Aurora, the state of Colorado, but also how our country is, it's one of the things that makes us up. So I think that if there is an ulterior, an alternating option to oil and gas using that type of development, I would certainly support anything alternatively.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gardner, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, Robert. Thank you for being here. My question is, would you say are 2 or 3 of the most important issues facing City Council, and what are some specific things in your background that you think would help towards accomplishing solving those problems?
You mind if we do them one at a time?
What you choose.
Thank you.
Choose your own adventure.
As I've lived in Aurora off and on for 14 years, and specifically in my home in Ward 2 at the south entrance to Buckley Space Force Base now, one of the things I've learned is that the way the community speaks about council members is that of it's an incredibly thankless job. And sometimes I wonder if I've truly, I shouldn't say wonder, let me just go straight to the point. Part of the work that I've done in my career has been thankless as well. Sometimes you're the bad guy in the room, whether it's delivering bad news or whether it's not delivering the right news. It can be tough, and you learn to handle those difficult conversations and learn to handle what may very well be animosity, whether that's face-to-face or strewn about social media. I've learned to handle that. And I recognize it's not necessarily a negative correlation, but I think in any job, you have to be honest about what you're doing and what the people around you think of you, even if you don't care about what they think, which is a trait that I have. So I'd say that being able to address and being able to, let's call it, dance around how the community might view council seats as somewhat thankless, or at least not providing the thanks that council members need or deserve, would be something that I'm well designed for.
Can you tell me how you think you would be able to contribute over the next 5 months if you were to be selected?
It's a short amount of time, and I understand that. And it's also the reason why I recognize it's a short amount of time, which is also the reason why, as of the third week of May, my materials have been submitted, and Ms. Rodriguez has acknowledged that I should be all set for the November election pending, petition signatures. 5 months is not a long time. And when I think about how I'm going to accomplish as much as possible in that short amount of time, I have to fall back onto my career. I've had projects that have lasted a couple weeks, some that have been a couple months, and some that have been a few years. And you have to learn to do as much as you possibly can with the time that you're allotted. I think in terms of being successful here over the next 5 months, it's going to be a lot of being a sponge and absorbing the thoughts and opinions of the 9 other council members and the mayor. It's going to be a lot of work to gain the feedback and direction and guidance from the constituents of Ward 2 and be able to appropriately apply those in a manner that not only best serves the community, but also sets me up for success in being able to continue to represent them in November and onward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Robert, thank you for being with us tonight. As an elected body, public safety is our top priority. We used to be among the safest cities in the nation. Just this year, we have had over 10 murders, over 1,100 major violent crimes, over 5,200 major property crimes, and our arrest rate is dropping. In fact, we have officers leaving the police force at a higher rate than ever before. So my question is, what are your thoughts or on how to protect your residents?
Thank you for the question. Aside from the homelessness question, this has got to be like the hottest topic. And we as a community, those of us in this room have done and said quite a bit that I think contributes to that. So I'm going to just take that and say that I am not anti-police. I can't imagine the work that they do, going back to talking about thankless roles at times. I can't imagine the work that they do and how they as people can be viewed and treated the way that they do. And I have to imagine that if you came to work every day with that on your shoulders, it'd be really difficult to do your job. And I think that's probably going to compound with how the community sees them doing their job. And it's a sick cycle. So I think that there's a litany of ways to address it between mental health, not only for our community, but also for our police officers. Trying to give them the best training they can to be able to do their jobs. It's the same thing I think we would all anticipate or expect in our real jobs. I know that if I didn't have the right tools that I needed to be able to do my job, I would fail. I wouldn't be here today. I think that's something we have to take into consideration. How do we go about that? That's where a lot of people begin to differ. My stance would be, I would not increase funding for the Aurora Police Department. I would like to see Chief Wilson continue to work with what she has available. I would like to see the city take into consideration a couple other options to help alleviate some of the burden that falls upon APD shoulders. I love the concept of STAR, or CAHOOTS as it was known in Oregon, or STAR being what is essentially going on through Denver. I know it's been floated through here. I love that concept. I think that concept would have went a long way for Elijah McClain. Being pro-business, I also like the concept or the idea of there being an alternative to the Aurora Police Department, not including a STAR-like program, whether that's a private police or some other type of option. Because when you're an organization and you have no direct competitor, there's no incentive for you to do a better job, to, in the case of APD, to be the serve and protect that is emblazoned across the vehicle. And I think in order to help them, we need to help our citizens. And the best way to do that is to create additional options for them, options that they can choose.
Do you have any specific thoughts on the increase in gang violence, the increase in motor vehicle theft, the increase in break-ins within the city and within Ward 2? Any thoughts that you would bring to council?
I experience it every day in my neighborhood, every day. And it wasn't like that 5 years when I bought, and it certainly wasn't like that almost 15 years when I moved here. I will also say that it's those are my thoughts. It's not something that I am in a position to tackle right now tonight, but it's certainly not lost on me, and I will see it in 35 or 40 minutes when I go home. And I've had the vehicle break-ins. I've had people knocking on the door at 1 o'clock in the morning trying to get in the house. I'm well aware of it, well aware.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Mayor, I concede.
Clerk Katie Rogers, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions of the applicant on behalf of Councilmember Hiltz, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Hiltz wanted to thank you for attending tonight, and she is sorry that she cannot be here in person. Her question is for you to define the role of the police department, and should there be any specific reforms you would like to see implemented?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to see if I can come up with something that wasn't what I just said. So I apologize if I'm a little bit iterative in the response to this question. Can you repeat the question, please? I'm trying to complete.
Please define what you think the role of the police department should be, and what specific reforms you would like to see implemented.
So it will be a little bit iterative. To serve and protect. I mean, that's the oath, and every day when a police officer is in a cruiser, I mean, it has to be at the front of your mind. And while I am 100% certain that there are great police officers, I think we're also all aware that there have been some really, really bad circumstances, some really bad instances. And for a job like that, failure really shouldn't be an option. In terms of reform, Chief Wilson has been in charge of a lot of change within APD. As someone who's had to perform these type of projects in state, local, federal government, as someone who's done these across multiple businesses, both small and Fortune 500, implementing change within an organization is incredibly, incredibly difficult. And without nearly 100% buy-in by everyone affected by it, you're not going to be successful. I have to wonder whether there's 100% buy-in for the change initiatives within APD. And as such, I will fall back on my previous response to where we, as residents, me as a resident of Ward 2, I would like to see other options. I would like to see more social workers involved, particularly in a STAR-like program. I would like there to be private options for both protecting me and my family as well as my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Robert, for being here. In this position, you will be lobbied by developers, organizations, and also individuals. So my question is this to you. How will you be able to represent the needs of your constituents if a lobbyist or organization is influencing you?
Thank you for the question. I think the easiest way to start that response is I'm not a self-serving individual. I put my people, if you will, ahead of myself, my friends, my family, in most cases, my dog, all ahead of any type of self-interest. So for any lobbyist or any individual who's looking to get ahead in any way, shape, or form, this is not the place to come. I'm more than happy to listen to a person's thoughts. I would love to take into consideration all the good and all the bad before making any decision on city council. But if those thoughts or interests come, let's say, in an unclean manner, no.
Okay, so let me kind of dig a little bit deeper into what you said about unclean manner. Sometimes they come in an unclean manner, sometimes they come in a clean manner, but you're still being influenced. So, really, to me, this position is more about the people.
Understood.
So I guess when you say, are you looking at from both perspectives, clean and unclean? Just really looking at the facts and how to determine and make your best decision that's based on the constituency, not only on just Ward 2, but in the city of Aurora.
I think it's the reason of why. Why are we having that conversation? Clean versus unclean comes down to essentially what's the rationale, why the conversation, and why does the individual want me to think in a certain way or for me to want to vote in a certain way. If it's clean, then I'm more than happy to listen to it. I'm more than happy to bounce that off the varying feedback that I'll get from my constituents. But if it is an impure type of conversation, or the direction they would like me to go is coming in an impure is coming from an impure, it's called desire, then I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be the person who's advocating for something that's going to, one, hurt my constituents, two, would be completely self-serving to that individual, but three, also paint me in a very bad light.
Okay, Mayor, do I have a little bit more time?
Yes, you do.
Okay, just a follow-up question to that. How do you plan to involve the residents in the decision-making in Ward 2?
I love data. So if I can get the thoughts and the feedback from my ward in a manner with which I can easily break that down and start figuring out where consensus may lie, and then start coming up with the reasons why that consensus is wrong, that makes me better to be able to do my job. Getting that information in that manner is not necessarily easy. Thankfully, with my background, I'm more than happy to deploy all kinds of mechanisms between whether it be email, whether it be more than happy to develop my own app, whatever be necessary to be able to get that information as easily as possible from my constituents. Not everybody wants to leave their house and go to some type of a meeting, Zoom, in person, or otherwise. And I think we've all seen that in many regards with how we go out and we do our foot traffic, or we go out and we talk to our community. It's not easy to get to everybody. And there's going to be some of those people, much like I mentioned in my intro, there's those people that maybe they have a voice but just don't really want to give it, or don't want to do the legwork, if you will, to provide that voice. We need to go to them, and we need to figure out the best way to come to them. And if that's email versus web form versus phone call versus text message versus some type of a new application that I would need to do, whatever it takes. I want my constituents to know that their opinion matters, and I want it, because I can't do my job if they don't give it to me, and if they can't give me their opinion, I can't advocate for them. I can't bring their voice here. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Marcano, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for being here. So as an appointee, you're going to be filling out the remainder of former Councilmember Johnston's term. Do you share the same values as Councilmember Johnston, which are the values upon which he was duly elected? And could you please provide some examples of those shared values?
Thank you. When I began to do research on Ms. Johnston before the 2017 election, I was kind of taken aback how we had a similar, in terms of our careers, a relatively similar background, a lot of similar skill sets. And from our political views, we've deployed them in different ways. But it doesn't necessarily mean that just because it's a different manner doesn't necessarily mean that it's a different thought or different belief. If I recall correctly, I think her biggest push in 2017 was government transparency. 100% behind that. Absolutely. I think every single one of us should be responsible and accountable, and we should have to answer the questions of our constituents. I think the second topic that comes to mind, I don't know if it was maybe her second best, had to do with wages. I think I mentioned earlier about economic price controls. I do not support a minimum wage. I do not. We have 1.02% of this country makes minimum wage and nothing more. The other 98.98 make more than that. So creating this artificial floor for wages does nothing but alter prices. If we want to look at how our prices are going higher and higher and higher, one of the things that contribute to that are wages. When you have a wage floor, you automatically have to set a price at some point. That way you can actually make a profit, because a business is designed to make a profit. And I recognize not everyone is as pro-business as I am, but by design, that's what a business is supposed to do. It's supposed to make profit. It's supposed to take care of their shareholders, whether that's actual shareholders, stocks, or a sole proprietorship, the people that have to run a restaurant for 18 hours a day just to make ends meet. Thank you.
A little follow-up for you. Yeah. Wages were definitely one of the issues that she talked a lot about. What about housing?
Housing?
Specifically, affordability.
Yeah, and I hate to call out the redundancy, but yes, housing is ridiculous. As someone who bought 5 years ago, and my house is now worth 65% more than what I paid for it 5 years ago, I love it on one plane. On the other, I have I couldn't afford my house right now if I was trying to buy it. I couldn't afford to live, and we were talking about it with the crime. I couldn't afford to live in an area of Aurora that is rife with violence, gunshots, break-ins, and I think that in itself has to tell us we have to do something. And for me, the answer to that is reduce the cost of the homes, specifically through let's review zoning laws and let's see where we can get some bloat out of it that leads to increased prices of a house build. Let's look at property taxes. Let's look at maybe capping those for individuals that are getting later in life. When you turn 50 or 55, there's incentivization from the city of Aurora to stay in your home and retire there and remain there and continue to be a part of that neighborhood, continue to be a part of our community, instead of being like a lot of people are doing now, at least a lot of people that I know, especially in the last few years, they've taken advantage of the appreciation of their home, sold, taken the money and left.
Mayor, how much time do I have left?
You have a little over a minute.
All right. So I guess let's go back to wages from a different perspective.
Sure.
I understand you do not support any kind of minimum wage. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you support unionization?
Excuse me?
Unionization, collective bargaining.
I do not.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Murillo, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Kaufman, and thank you so much for sharing your time with us today and for applying. For the past 3 years, the city has engaged in evidence-based housing solution to address our housing needs in Aurora. Recently, there have been efforts to institute a camping ban that goes against data-driven solutions and expert recommendations, and that's solely being proposed because it's an election year. Will you vote against any version of a camping ban if you are appointed to this position, since you are in fact an appointee and not elected to this position?
I appreciate your question. I do believe when Mayor Kaufman brought up the topic, I mentioned that I would be in support of it just because I believe we as a community should do something. Now, if I'm going to be able to have a voice into what goes into that camping ban, if I'm going to be able to have an opportunity to shape and hone what that may look like, I would be a lot less accepting of it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I have a couple follow-ups. So
Please.
do you have any concerns with the enforcement of a camping ban?
Yes.
And what are they?
I mean, in its most probably watered down form, we're talking about people. At the end of the day, they should be treated like us and no different. So if the way that enforcement is going to be, let's say, handed down or brought to them is going to somehow marginalize or, heaven forbid, dehumanize them, then I would be vehemently against it.
Okay. Would you support a camping ban if there were fines or jail time as a result?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. On the subject related to housing, do you believe that the city needs or could benefit from an equity plan?
I have to ask the question as to why. What would go into the equity plan? Because to create one is to imply inequality, and my preference would be to understand where these inequalities are, and what is the best way to handle them. Is it through an overarching plan cast down by city council? Okay, but I have to imagine there's probably better ways of doing it. Now, without knowing what would go into it, the topics that would be raised in this equity plan, I can't necessarily directly comment on to what these better methods would be. But in its very, very high level, an equity plan is a great idea. We should all be treated equally. We are all equal. I recognize that doesn't always, people don't always feel that way. I'm certainly not trying to marginalize them. But I'm sitting here saying that we are all equal, and if we need an equity plan, I'm more than happy to entertain it.
So do you believe that there are inequities in our city?
In the way that it is currently designed, yes. There are natural inefficiencies in government, in city government, within the city itself, in between businesses and employees. They exist. It's a messy world. It really is.
So when you define inequities, could you define what you were referring to when you are speaking about inequities?
I was trying to allude to what may end up in an equity plan. I would, to be honest, the way that I think I would best answer that would be, I'd probably go to the source to figure out what inequities someone probably a little bit more educated than myself would be. So I would probably go to, I believe it's Janice Napper, who is our leader over the diversity, equity, and I keep forgetting what the I stands for, I apologize.
Inclusion.
Thank you. I would go to her and I would say, you are the leader over this. This is your department, this is your realm. What are you seeing? And from there, I think that's how we, as city council, would begin to figure out how do we address those items. Is it through an equity plan? Are there other things that we can do that don't have to be overarching? Are there, we always call them low-hanging fruit, are there little wins out there that we can address without having to go down the path of spending our time devising an equity plan, then I think maybe we should do that. But I think it's really a matter of what someone in Mrs. Knapper's position, what she believes, what she's seeing.
Okay, I mean, there is data out there related to inequities in housings, for example, redlining, people not legally being allowed to live in a certain community because of the color of their skin and how that has evolved over time. So I think there is data out there, and I appreciate that you recognize we have some infrastructure in the city through Janus that could be a starting point, but I do think there is data out there.
And I agree with you.
Time.
Thank you.
Robert Hamilton, I want to thank you so much for your interest, your involvement in our city, and your interest in being a member of the Aurora City Council. You now have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you all for your time today. I know it's not easy coming back into an office like this. I know that your questions were very well thought out, and I appreciate not only the original questions, but also your follow-up questions. Appreciate the thought that you've put into them. And really, like I said, I really appreciate your time. To me, time is the most important thing, whether it's we're spending it with each other, whether it's we're spending with our community or our families. So getting, 45, 50 minutes of your time today has been incredible on my part. And I really hope I get the opportunity to work with you. And if you decide to go a different direction, I look forward to the November election and hopefully an opportunity to take the seat. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The time is now 7:33. The Aurora City Council will stand in recess until 7:38. Okay.
Say that louder, Francois.
Hello.
The special study session for Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021 is now called back into order. Mr. Robert O'Reilly, thank you so much for your interest in serving on the Aurora City Council and your interest to serve our city. You now have 2 minutes for opening remarks, where you can tell us about yourself, a little bit about yourself, and why you want to be a member of the Aurora City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Robert O'Reilly. I've been in basically Colorado since 2003. The military brought me here. I'm a veteran. I've been in Ward 2 since 2015. Bought a house out there. I raised a family out there. Two daughters are graduates from the Aurora Public Schools, and one still active in the public schools itself, which I'm a volunteer of. Since the COVID, I haven't been doing so much volunteering lately. However, I'm also I'll let you know that I'm also an active duty deputy sheriff here in Denver. I'm a Denver deputy sheriff. I also have education at Excelsior College and also from Liberty University. I continue to do my studies from time to time when time permits. Working while attending school is one of my priorities. I've always managed to make time for something that I needed. And the basic thing here, why I'm here, is because of desire. I've put in for Ward 2 previously, and I have a little bit of experience of what it takes where you're seated at to go ahead and knock door to door and go see people and be with the community and engage in it. Not only volunteering my time, but also engaging in Aurora itself, visiting the parks, visiting the open spaces, and especially having a life in Aurora. And my sincerity is here to be here as a desire to be running for council or be appointed for council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Robert, for being here and for applying for the vacancy position. My question is about metro districts, and you live in Ward 2, where there is a lot of development happening. Can you explain how a metro district works and how it funds development?
I'm not too familiar with the total encompassing the metro district itself. I know I'm part of it based upon the location, and the district that represents Ward 2 is vast. I view it as a secondary item that encompasses, like, similar to an HOA, but expanded more. I haven't really thought of it much to answer your question as far as knowing that that district represents a portion, not the entire Aurora itself. And the expansion, the growth that's possible there is something that the district might want to annex more areas in the future. I do know that if we're going to annex areas with that district, how is it going to impact with the residents that are already there?
Okay, and follow up on that. Since the metro districts are basically what fund the different developments that are happening, are you familiar with the taxes that you pay to that metro district?
I'm familiar. Some of that, I believe, might be from the mill levies itself that are imposed upon basically the zoning. Are we going to be rezoning later on in the future? I'm sure that would be a part of the process on city council, annexing an area or changing the zones and where it affects the community. As Ward 2, the residents, I will see that this question might be brought up again on the person's mill levy. The schools there, the water, the electricity, everything that comes into play, and the transportation, they all have impacts on the residents that live there. And as a council person, I have to go to them and say, okay, the mill levy might be adjusted. I know it's every 2 years or so where they'll come to the owner or the commercial entity and say, the mill levy might increase by a certain percentage. That they need to bring back to us and not bring it to the council.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, do you know of any current regulations that protect homeowners?
I'm not aware of any mill levy or anything that would protect the homeowners. I know there are certain limits on, based upon maybe the income, or caps on how much you could tax on property values, commercial interests, and the environment impact fees, I believe that'll be on. And also I'm looking at, we call it the TIF, the area where business owners have from home or from areas that are residential/commercial. I'm not strong in that area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Clerk Katie Rodriguez, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Berzins, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Berzin's question is, with Ward 2 growing so fast, how can we try to keep the costs down for housing for all income ranges?
That's a very good, I think that's a tough answer to that. Housing prices are going up. The cost of living, I would say, I'll call it COLA, cost of living, is impacted by demand and supply. There's a demand for housing, demand for people to live in apartments, condominiums, anything that we can have. The Ward 2 has the room to expand, keeping the costs low for as far as the residents there, or the future residents I'm looking at, is what fees are imposed to the builders, what fees are for the commercial. What incentives do they have when we go and say, okay, I want to open up this area? What incentive do I have to actually go in that area and build or establish a business? I'm looking at those areas where the fees, my taxation, and what incentive for growth in this aspect of residential and commercial.
Thank you. She does have a follow-up. Do you feel that your suggestions are fair for all Aurorans in all income ranges?
I believe it would be fair enough for me to say that not everybody is on the same level as far as income. There's the area, I believe the income in Ward 2, which I want to represent, has a little more of an income ratio compared to other parts of Aurora. The concern is that I know that Aurora, the median income is around $50,000 annually, and that's not including, the income that's coming in from people having 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. The area that I'm concerned about is pertaining to that is the growth that happens with that is how much of a tax base are we looking for those individuals going to live there.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Robert, homelessness has been a growing problem in the city of Aurora and across the country. What kind of initiatives would you support to reduce homelessness in our community?
Mayor, that's a great question. I believe that the council set aside about $2.5 million for temporary for housing for the homelessness. Please correct me if I'm wrong. We only used about maybe 200-something thousand of it for homelessness. We only have about a bed space, about 140 on our shelters, and the homelessness is about around 500 so homeless individuals, to my current knowledge. Homelessness is a problem because I've been there walking amongst them in their camps and seen them and talked to them, delivered meals, and also provided stuff. We have allocations for a certain amount of money to go toward that. I'm looking at what other areas, alternate areas, do we have to provide shelter to these individuals who find themselves homeless. How much are we going to allocate every year? Can we get more funding from the state or from the federal government as far as giving them something more than just here's a land and then you have to push over, okay, you can no longer be here. Where are you going to go? Homelessness, I think it's going to be a continuous problem, but we have to communicate that with our residents. In Ward 2, I don't see it as much as you will see it in other areas, but it's there too.
If you are appointed to fill the vacancy in Ward 2, one of the votes that you will have early on in your tenure will be a camping ban. Then the proposed camping ban would require a minimum 72-hour notice and would require the city to provide a designated alternative place for these individuals to go to. What is your view on a camping ban, on such a camping ban, and how would you vote on it?
It's unfortunate that we have to come to that area where the camping ban, well, 72-hour notice is, it's only a short period of time to give an individual to move. I'm for a ban that will be proactive for the community, but where are we going to put these individuals or a group or a family at? I'm thinking of the costs that are associated with that, our enforcement, our alternative means for the homelessness. We it's going to be hard impact, no matter what you do. It can be good and bad. There's no good side or bad side to this, where I can see. But I am for a ban on this.
I'm sorry.
I'm for the ban itself.
Okay, so you would vote in favor of it?
I would vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Coombs, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for joining us and putting yourself out there for this seat. My question is about oil and gas. Your predecessor ran on oil and gas in her election and has led in the city on implementing new oil and gas regulations. So I'd like to know what your perspective is on the current oil and gas regulations that the city has implemented and what your approach to oil and gas development is in general.
I have to continue on what the council already has in place and what the ordinances have. I will still continue to support what's already in place. The ordinances, I believe that we have more entrusted from the state since the Senate bill, I believe 181, is it, that passed and gave us more authority over this. Previously, they could just go to the state and pull a permit. I'm for something that will enhance the environment. At the same time, oil and gas companies are around us, and there's alternate means besides just the oil and gas. There are alternate, we're looking at wind, solar, and basically incentives that we give to new residents too is when they build in their homes, they can have solar panels, which would be a tax incentive to them. For oil and gas itself, I see it's both sides of the coin. Business wants oil and production, need oil. At the same time, how much do we need to it? Would it be an eyesore for us to say they're going to build here, but what area are our limits in the city? I know that some of the builders or the oil companies will go to Arapahoe County and go to the county rather than us. So there are loopholes, and I'm going to look at those.
Okay, thank you. And then following up on that, if there was a conflict between the interests of your constituents and the concerns of your constituents and the interests of oil and gas companies in relation to oil and gas development, how would you approach that?
I will look at it as an environmental impact. How our area residents want this or not. I have to go to them and ask them, what do you want? I'm quite sure the majority will say no to the impact on their environment and their home sales as far as rent and everything else in those areas. The commercial interest is for profit, and I'm planning to be up forward with that it's about money and profit. And if it impacts the environment, how they're going to go about it. My question to that is, how responsible are they? I'm going to look at the EPA, the OSHA, all the regulations that go into effect when they do that. If they violate something, then of course they're going to have to pay the price for doing the damage they do to the environment. And history will prove that right or wrong.
Great. And then you mentioned alternative energy sources. So what are your thoughts on developing and promoting alternative energy sources in the city of Aurora?
I'm very fond of alternative sources. Electricity, as far as our homes, self-powered solar. If you go out east, you'll see more of the wind power in other counties. I'll look at other areas, what other cities and counties are doing, and what we could adopt and what would be beneficial. That's what I look for.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Gardner, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, Robert. Thank you for being here. What do you think are 2 or 3 of the most important issues facing City Council, and what are some things in your background that you think would help you work towards accomplishing meeting those goals?
Besides the COVID-19, I know your communication has been from distant for you, communicating from home and from other areas. But I think communication is a big problem sometimes when you have to streamline some things, saying how do I go about it? If I just have a disagreement or with the council member, can we come to some kind of middle ground on some areas? There's no be a strong answer, yes or no. Sometimes I believe that we won't have a disagreement, and sometimes we'll have an agreement on some areas. But the bottom of the day is that I'm a person, you're a person, and that's one thing I see among the council. The problems too is also having enough revenue or funding for the council to do the things they really want to do. Sometimes I think it's an issue of funding. You know, you go to the city manager, you go to the revenue, say, I'd like to start this project, or I'd like to have this ordinance passed, and get enough people to support it. I think the thing is, you don't receive sometimes enough support to do the things that you really want to do sometimes. I believe sometimes council has to sit back and say, okay, is there another way I can approach this? So the approach to getting things done is a concern of mine.
So one of the things you mentioned was revenue. Tell me, what are some ideas you have in terms of generating revenue or prioritizing? Because of course, part of municipal government is working within limited resources. It's taxpayer money, and
yes,
we need to be accountable to the taxpayer. So tell me a little bit about how you would either prioritize what we do have or generate additional revenue.
I'm always for additional revenue for us. How we go about getting the revenue is be a second question for myself is what incentives will we offer for our supporting the council itself, and also what departments are be more lucrative for us as far as we're going to get something passed or something enacted for the council itself. I see sometimes that we can have a win-win situation. Sometimes we might have to take a loss on something and look for an alternate way of acquiring something that we really want to have.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Gruber, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Robert, for volunteering to be with us tonight, and thank you for your service. As an elected body, public safety is our top priority. Across, among this, the Aurora used to be among the safest cities in the nation. Just this year, we've had over 10 murders, 1,100 major violent crimes, over 5,200 major property crimes, and our arrests are dropping. In fact, we have officers leaving the police force at a higher rate than ever before. So my question is, what are your thoughts on how to protect the residents in Ward 2?
That's a very good question, sir. As a law enforcement officer myself, I do feel that's a tough question to answer to you directly as far as the impact that Ward 2 has. I know the means which we educate ourselves, like I said previously, we can educate our public and give them tools online, offline. We have community resource officers that are out there, PAR, that could help our citizens in Ward 2, explain to them, give them tips. This is how we can go about more safety. The attrition rate that we have with the Aurora Police Department is vast because many are nearing retirement. Everything that's transpired in the last couple of years, they don't have enough to go on. You know, I look at the charter, so 1 or 2 police officers per 1,000 residents. And the law enforcement hands are tied in some areas. But we can build up our law enforcement if we provide more resources for them, not limiting the resources for them. Give them more tools to do their jobs, and also more enactment with the public. If they go out there be more visible to the public, have an interaction with them. I see that could help reduce our crime in our areas. We have watch programs. We got police, citizens police academies. We can enhance that more to help curtail crime. Crime will always be with us. However, we can reduce it by having more communication, more interaction with our neighbors, and basically it's a neighbor-to-neighbor thing.
So to dig down a little bit, motor vehicle thefts are up tremendously. We have break-ins that are up. We have gang violence that is up. So again, explain what residents can do or what you can do if you're on council to help deal with the safety of your residents.
That's our community itself in whole. I would encompass that not only with Ward 2, but the whole community, Aurora itself. the gangs will always be there, but if we get, curtail that, is from an educational point, I see. Our community more involved with our community. I can go out there and talk to families and talk to groups and all the diversity that we have in our city, and talk to them, have an open line, come in and talk to me, tell me what's going on. To curtail some of the crime is that we basically have to tell our residents, say, please lock your doors, make sure your camera's on, security systems, your alternate names. Tell your neighbor that you're going on vacation, things that we can do to help promote safety. And that's the word of mouth, neighbor to neighbor.
Thank you. Mayor Ignacid.
Councilmember Hiltz, you are now recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Clerk Katie Rodriguez, you're now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Hiltz, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Hiltz wanted to thank you for attending, and she is sorry she cannot be here in person. Her question is for you to define what you think the role of the police department should be and what specific reforms you would like to see implemented.
I know we have already had a lot of reforms lately. We have community watch programs. I know the police department is under the thumb in some areas. Our community needs to engage more, and the same thing with the Aurora Police Department itself. I think it's a two-way street on this, where how much do we allow, how are we going to change enforcement with our police department and our community, what they're going to allow. I believe both sides are at ends with each other as far as our police department itself. I know they're trying their best, and there's like in any place else, you have your bad apples within the police department, and you have great officers. The thing is, the communication with each other is that we have to get the word out that not everybody in law enforcement is bad. And another thing is, there are academies, how much more individuals are going to be coming into to law enforcement, not to detour that's that career to go into, but also to say, okay, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do. What allowances we're going to do as city council is, my portion, when it'll be limited time, it's more of advising both sides.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, Robert. Thank you for being here this evening, and thank you for your service as well. In this position, you will be influenced by people, developers, groups, organizations. So my question to you is, how will you be able to represent the needs of your constituents if a lobbyist or organization is influencing you?
I tend to stay away from the lobbyists and the influencers myself personally. I tend not to take any money from it or anything if I were running. Be more independent-minded if I don't take anything from them. There's no incentive for me to give, say, okay, here, I owe you a favor. No, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play favoritism. Be straight independent and saying, this is the line, don't cross it. As far as my own personal integrity is intact, saying that I did, at the end of the day, I was not influenced in a negative way. I can talk to them, sit down on the table with them and say, we can have a conversation, but I'm never going to let that conversation jeopardize the council, the city, the residents, and the employees of the city of Aurora.
Okay, and then let me do a follow-up question as well. How do you plan to involve residents in the decision-making process in Ward 2?
I have to go to them. I really have to basically provide, I know that I can email, I can go online, use social media. There's many avenues of communication, but I need to go there and physically present myself to them. Open forums, there's quarterly meetings. I go to the residents and ask them, what do you want? And present them this is what's going on. And they can present to me also as a two-way conversation. And I accept ideas that I might not like. And I have to take that and bring it here. Even though I might disagree with them, but the majority wants something done, I have to go with the majority.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I can give away my rest of my time.
Councilmember Arcano, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for being here with us tonight.
Thank you.
So as an appointee, you will be filling out the remainder of former Councilmember Johnston's term. Do you share the same values as Councilmember Johnston, just to say values upon which she was duly elected? And could you provide some examples of those shared values?
Okay. I would have to answer no to you on some of those values. I will say no to you. I will continue what she left and continue what she has done. I think she's done a great job. She's done some things, but I don't agree with everything she's done. I'll be truthful with you on that. But I also believe in the fairness about things that if she already has something already going on, I continue that position, continue on what she already has in place. On the next election that might come up and stuff there, I'll support the other individual who runs for the ward too, and continue giving the support. Whoever's in there needs the support.
Okay. So could you elaborate on some of those issues where you agree and disagree?
I agree with her with the environment, her helping out the environment. She really was concerned with the environment, and that's one area that I'm very supportive of what she's done, such as the oil and gas, the homelessness, all the areas that have to do with that. One area is where housing is a concern to me, is that I'm more with the, in the middle of the road with this, as far as housing and rent control is. I would say that, and this might come up later on in another question, but I'm more for, okay, you do need to make a profit, but at the same time, how you make the profit. That's my concern.
Gotcha. And I want to circle back on the homelessness issue, because you said you agree with her on homelessness, but earlier you answered that you would support a camping ban, and that is something she explicitly did not support.
The camping ban is, if it's supported, I would support it as far as those individuals who are not in agreement with the ordinance. How far are we going to push toward this? And we had to provide the dignity to the person that when we move that individual or group of people. I want to do it with give them resources, alternate areas on that. I hope I answered your question in that area.
A bit. I'm going to push a little further there, because I think you said we have about 500. That was your estimate. I think it's closer to 450, but in that ballpark.
Yes.
Of unhoused folks in the city.
Yes,
And we do not currently have enough space to house them.
that's correct.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you would not support a camping ban until we had the space to house them.
We don't have the space. So the question is, where are we going to put the individuals? My question is, okay, are we going to put the law enforcement and other counselors and mental health, where are we going to put these individuals? The question is, when I come to this problem, how are we going to make a resolution to it? It's hard. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer or a quick fix solution to this. That's where I come from on that area. There's no quick fix. It's going to take a lot of time. And sometimes we don't have time. We have to do something. And what the mayor's done already is push for something. So I thank him from that area. That's where I'm coming from. We have to take action.
Mayor, how much time do I have left?
You've got about a minute 40 seconds.
Go ahead,
All right, thank you. So I guess we'll continue on this topic. What
Yes.
are some ideas that you have then around this?
Well, annexing other areas that are not provided. I know other areas like cities like Los Angeles and Seattle have opened up some of their unoccupied areas. Like Denver opened up their Denver Coliseum for homelessness. Do we have an area that we can also open up that wouldn't cost that much for us, or something that could be donated to us or given a temporary residence to an individual? Looking for those areas. We need to go out. I know there's charities out there already offered some space, but we need more. So I'm looking at 500 and got 140 bed spaces. We're minus 300 or so. So we're going to put the other 300 or plus.
Okay, and then real quick before we run out of time here, minimum wage. That was also something else that Councilmember Johnson campaigned on and did work on. Where are you at with that?
I'm for minimum wage and for where it's at right now. The state has it. Basically, right now, you can get a job working at McDonald's for $18 an hour. Should we raise it more? Yes. But then when you look at the business prospect, how many are they going to hire at that level? Can we get an incentive to the employer to provide that extra income to that employee?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murillo, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for joining us today. I'm afraid Councilmember Marcano stole my thunder a little bit, so forgive me, trying to be consistent with my questioning. For the past 3 years, the city has engaged in evidence-based housing solutions to address our housing needs in Aurora. Recently, there have been efforts to institute a camping ban that goes against data-driven solutions and expert recommendations, and that is solely being proposed because it is an election year. Will you vote against any version of a camping ban if you are appointed to this position, since you are in fact an appointee and not elected?
I will go to the residents themselves. I think this is collectively for goes across all the wards itself, not only just Ward 2. I think more wards or other wards are more effective with the homelessness than others. Collectively, I would look at a legal means too. I'll talk to our city attorney and look at the legality too, because some cities have had lawsuits based upon the homelessness. So I'm looking at that too, our liability. Our liability is a concern of mine when it comes to that. How far do we are able to push something without being liable? There's liability when anything you take action against a person. I'm also looking at the ACLU and all the other entities that come into play with this. How we have an agreement with them or come to a cohesive relationship with them when it comes to homelessness. I would be looking at that.
Okay. Do you see that there are any liabilities from a legal standpoint with enacting a camping ban?
Yeah, I believe there's going to be legalities no matter what you do. The legality I'm looking at is from the point of, I go to the city attorney, I'll seek advisement before I make an action on that. I have to research it, do a little bit of research, say, if I do this, what are the cause and effect of my actions when I do something like this? And it's very important. It's an issue that it's very hard to pinpoint and say, this is the right way to do this. I don't think there's a wrong or right way to do something, but we have to take some kind of action. And that action is going to come at a price. Are we willing to pay that price?
Do you see any issues with enforcing a camping ban?
Yes, I do see many issues. Besides the legal issues, the emotional issues that come along with this, the health and comfort, the welfare of the individual, also the community itself. We have to look at the media that have an eye on us for our actions. Also looking at our law enforcement, our code enforcement, any particular agency has to do with the removal of these individuals or groups. That plays an effect when I look at that. I'm really looking at that area right there.
Okay, so would you support a camping ban if there were fines and jail time involved?
I don't think we can really enforce the jail time on something you're going to violate based on your own necessity. I mean, that's a hard thing to do, is put somebody in jail over camping in an area where first you maybe were authorized to be there in the first place. Now you have to go. That's a hardship for the individual. I think we can look at another area working with the police where they don't have to be fined for such an item. I don't think we have the capacity to put them in any confinement in that area. There has to be alternate ways to have them. Maybe, again, funding for a shelter, more shelter space. And it comes back to space.
Okay. And kind of related to issues on housing, do you believe that the city needs and could benefit from an equity plan?
They could benefit at the limited capacity. Myself, I'm looking at limited as what we allow between us and the business. The home builders, the commercial interests that play an effect with this. What benefit would, if we had something to go around this, are there loopholes that we need to close, or there open up loopholes where we can access or annex area that equity could expand? I feel that it could be a win-win or it could be a win-lose situation depending how you go about it. I know in Ward 2, I think we have more of a win situation. Other areas don't have the capacity or the room to expand. Ward 2 is expanding, and the growth factors, I look at it, and I look at it from a growth point.
Okay. Do you believe there are inequities in the city of Aurora?
I believe there are a few, but I've not been able to really look at it or pinpoint it for you.
Okay, my next question was, could you define what those inequities were? So,
With that question, I really couldn't pinpoint it for you. I have to say no to you on that area.
okay, and you are aware that there is data around redlining, that it was illegal for people to live in certain parts of the city at one point in our history based on the color of their skin, and that has evolved over time to create inequities in our housing. So, I mean, just if you weren't aware that data does exist, so there is some data that we might be able to use as a grounding point for some of these conversations.
I see. May I expand on that question or the statement? Do I have time?
I believe so.
I believe it's more of a income diversity now more than, we would say, a racial area or a cultural. I would say it's more of an income-based.
So inequities are more income-based rather than race-based?
I would say this, yes.
Okay.
And more income-based.
Okay, thank you.
Robert O'Reilly, I want to thank you so much again for applying for this position. And you now have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I thank you for your time, for being here. It's a privilege for me just to be here, just to be talking to you and looking at you rather than seeing you from a little cell phone or something like that. To me, it's an honor just to be here. If I'm appointed, I'm appointed. If not, I'll do my best. I'll continue on living in as a resident in Aurora. And I got to give the council support. That's what is serving. It's a desire, and it manifests itself. If it does, it'll be a great opportunity for me to expand my experience working with local governments, state and federal, because I want to work with Arapahoe County itself, with the commissioners too, as a council person, if I'm appointed. And I know it's only a short period of time. It's 5 months, but make those 5 months count. I don't want to waste your time, my time. That's why I'm here. It's a desire to be here with you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. The time is now 8:16. We will be in recess. The council will stand in recess until 8:21.
Maybe we should all just get along with each other and put away our problems. Or whatever it is, we just need to forget about
board meeting on that day, too.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. This study session special study session on Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021 is called back into order. Ryan Ross, welcome to the Aurora City Council, and really appreciate your interest in pursuing this vacancy and your desire to serve the people of the city of Aurora. You now have 2 minutes for opening remarks, which, if you could talk a little bit about your background and why you want to be a member of the Aurora City Council. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for having me and being here. It looks like a long night for you guys. Again, I'm Dr. Ryan Ross. I am an Aurora native, father of 2 kids who attend Aurora Public Schools. Professionally, I own a small business here called Startup Enterprises, but my full-time work is with the Colorado Community College System, where I serve as the Chief Equity Officer and the Chief Student Affairs Officer. We're the largest educational institution in the state. Prior to COVID, we were around 137,000 students between 13 colleges, and my responsibility is to work with the 13 vice presidents across the state in all things student affairs and all things equity. The equity position is the first time in the history of our system that we've had a role really responsible for managing the thought partnership around what equity looks like in our system and how we think about equity as it relates to our everyday practices with students and student success. I also work in a nonprofit where I spend a lot of my time developing leaders. We focus on leadership development for emerging and arriving leaders of color. We want to make sure that we create opportunities to diversify boards, commissions, and engage civically throughout the Denver metro region. And so why I'm here to serve. I believe in inspiring service in the public's interest. My history, everything about me since college, coming back in 2002, has been about service, whether it's been in education, whether it's been community, mental health, and it's afforded me some really cool opportunities, being named 9 News Leader of the Year, have an opportunity to work with different cities around facilitations in my business, and then most importantly, just being able to work across both rural and urban areas around complex issues with education, equity, and other things like that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here. We appreciate you applying for the vacancy position. My question is about the development that's happening in Ward 2, and can you explain how a metro district works and how it funds development?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So with Metro District, the intent is for growth to pay for itself, right? And I actually live in a Metro District in Traditions, and they're quasi-governmental entities because they're empowered by the state, and they have the ability to create bonds for infrastructure and then also leverage property tax. I mean, that's pretty much kind of how they work. I would say that it's interesting in Colorado because not many states do that. And so it's always interesting when people move in and have to be educated or find out about the Metro Districts by surprise.
Okay, and then also, do you know of any regulations that protect homeowners or could protect homeowners?
It's a good question. I think that there are some things in place, like when you think about a closing, there are disclosures at your closing. You can go to the website, the Aurora Gov website, and research the metro districts and what that cost is going to look like. And there's also the boards, the elected boards in the districts that people can serve on. I think those are all things that are meant to be protective, but I think when I think about it, they're more reactive, or they come at the end, and there's some education I think that needs to happen beforehand for them to truly be things that protect community members.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Clerk Katie Rodriguez, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Berzins, who could not be with us this evening.
Councilmember Berzin's question is, with Ward 2 growing so fast, how can we try to keep the costs down for housing for all income ranges?
That's a good question. I think the housing plan that's currently in place is moving in the right direction. I think that as we explore that conversation, we have to look at housing across the entire spectrum, right? We have to look at mixed-use housing. We have to look at housing as it relates to homelessness, all the way up to, private executive housing. I think the way that you continue to, or the way that you, decrease the housing pricing is mixed use and economic development, so that there's business and other things coming into Aurora, so that incomes are being provided so people can afford to live there. Also, I think we need to look at just some of the different opportunities that are out there for housing, right? Like there's manufactured homes, there's a variety of different things to look at: condos, townhomes, and how we put those things together and where they are. I think those are some of the things to look at. And in addition, I think it's connecting with staff around the research and things that they're doing, and learning from other cities and states what's going on, and explore those options.
Thank you. She does have a follow-up question. Do you feel that your suggestions are fair for all Aurorans in all income ranges?
I do. I think that, when you have the conversation, you have to enter it, with an equity mindset, thinking about everybody in the spectrum. And so when we're talking about housing, is everybody able to thrive? And if there aren't people who are thriving in the housing conversation, then what do we do to shift the conversation to include those folks, so everyone, every citizen, every neighbor, every community member has an opportunity to have housing that they are proud of?
Thank you.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Ryan Ross, homelessness has been a growing problem in the city of Aurora, as well as across the country. What kind of initiatives would you support to reduce homelessness in the city of Aurora?
I think those when we look at homelessness, I don't think we should look at it as an Aurora problem. I think it is a regional and national problem, and so I think looking at coalitions and partnerships across different counties and the state to look at how we leverage funding and resources together. I also think it's tapping into community organizations who are working with homelessness to understand what kind of resources are being provided, what kinds of resources aren't being provided, and looking at different opportunities, whether they're through private foundations or national grant organizations, to increase funding opportunities, and then also leveraging some of the things that are already happening, like the 90-day initiative that's going on right now to look at housing. I think those are the kinds of things that we have to do, and then I think it's supporting the work of staff and looking at best practices around homelessness.
Should you be appointed to fill the vacancy for Ward 2, you would soon have before you a proposed ordinance on a camping ban. The proposed ordinance would require a minimum 72-hour notice to an encampment prior to abatement, and would also require that the city provide an alternative location for those individuals to go to. What is your view about such a camping ban, and how would you vote on it?
I think when I look at that, my experience with camping bans around the country is that they haven't worked well. And so that's the first thing that I would be looking at is, kind of the why behind the ban. And then also in terms of alternative places, understanding that Aurora is down in beds, what are the alternative places? What does that look like? And then also, you mentioned the 72-hour piece. I don't even know people who I mean, I myself couldn't move in 72 hours right now. And so I think that that's not necessarily a reasonable amount of time for someone without resources to pack up and find somewhere else to be. And so just based on what's mentioned, I don't think I would support it.
Okay, you would be a no vote. Councilmember Coombs, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Ross, for taking the time to be here with us and for putting yourself out here for this vacancy. We appreciate you just stepping up. So my question is about oil and gas. Your predecessor, Councilmember Johnston, ran on oil and gas issues and was a leader on oil and gas issues in the city. So do you support the city's current regulations, which she led on implementing, and what is your approach to oil and gas development in general?
Yeah, so I definitely support the work that's happened. I think the oil and gas manual is a good one. I think for me, what the focus on it needs to be implementation and monitoring to make sure that the regulations are actually followed. And in my approach to oil and gas in general is public safety, right? Like we need to look at our neighborhoods and our neighbors and community members to make sure that they're okay. And then also, I think when we think about it, we also need to think about it from an economic development standpoint as well, right? Do companies want to come to Aurora and bring employees or hire folks in neighborhoods where there's lots of production? So I think that's a part of the conversation as well. So, and then also just to add to that, I think that the oil and gas operating manual was a great follow-up to Senate Bill, I think it's 181 from the state around regulations. So I think it's a good job.
Great, thank you for that. And then as a follow-up, what other types of alternative energy production do you support in looking at the oil and gas and renewable energy issue?
Yeah. So for me, when we're looking at energy, period, I think you have to look at the entire energy spectrum. I think that there's value in everything. It's just a matter of, cost. How does it work? What's the impact on the community? So I think that all of, whether it's solar, wind, I think all of the things that are available should be looked at and investigated.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gardner, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you for being here. My question is, do you think are 2 or 3 of the most important issues facing City Council, and what are some specific things in your background that would contribute towards accomplishing those goals?
It's a good question. I think that 3 things would probably be looking at homelessness, police reform, and actually just the perception of the community about council in general, the relationship and the ability to work together. And in my background, or I think things that I bring to the table to work with this as it relates to police reform is, just years of community work and engaging with community members and police. As a employee of the Colorado Community College system, we have 8 of the police academies. And so being able to spend time there looking at curriculum, understanding what they do, spending a lot of time talking to officers, I think bringing that insight helps. Having relationships with Chief Wilson, the Aurora Police Department, I think helps. And then also had the opportunity to facilitate the Police and Community Task Force over the last year. And so had an opportunity to learn a lot, both from community and also law enforcement. And so I think insight from all of that would be really helpful. As it relates to homelessness, again, it's looking at having the tough conversations around what the homelessness situation is, being able to research and assess data and look at fact-based and initiatives, and I'm a great researcher, so to be able to bring that kind of ability to council to join what you guys are already doing, I think would be helpful. And then I think in terms of just the perception, I'm out in the community, and so being able to share my experience on council and my approach, I very much believe in teamwork and communication and working with folks. And so understanding that at the end of the day, everybody here is here to serve the citizens and the community and people of Aurora. Like that's, at the end of the day, I think that's the end goal for everyone. And so understanding that, my approach is confronting the challenge and not the critic, right? And so really looking at the issues and not individuals. And that's kind of how I would do it.
All right, thank you. So I haven't made much secret of my annoyance with the dynamic on council, and you said that you don't want to run for this position permanently, but I'm curious, in the 5 months or so that you would be in this position if you were to be appointed, how do you think you would contribute to that, improve it, not improve it? What would be your role in that dynamic?
You know, I think my role would be a couple things. One is to represent Ward 2 and to make sure the voice of Ward 2 is heard, and people in Ward 2 understand the authorizing environment of City Council. They understand how it works. There's a lot of people who just don't understand how it works. They don't understand the mayor system, Denver versus Aurora, those kinds of things. So taking the opportunity from a constituent perspective to educate on how council works and how to engage. Within council, again, it's just that teamwork and communication piece, like really understanding what people are working on and why they're working on those things and trying to find solutions rather than focusing on politics, really focusing on like getting things done and being objective and being able to communicate with everyone.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Gruber, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Ryan, I want to thank you for being here tonight. I know that this is very nerve-wracking, and I appreciate the fact that you've participated in it, you've stood up and volunteered to participate. You brought this up earlier. As an elected body, public safety is our top priority. Aurora used to be among the safest cities in the nation. Just this year, we had over 10 murders, 1,100 major violent crimes, over 5,200 major property crimes, and our arrests are dropping. In fact, we have officers leaving the police force at a higher rate than ever before. So my question is, what are your thoughts on how to protect the residents in Ward 2?
Great question. So I think first things first is working with the police department to understand capacity issues and resources, right? What kind of resources are lacking? What kind of resources are necessary to do the work that they need to do? And more specifically, as we look at crime and we look at where they are, who's showing up to things, right? Is this something that a mental health professional could show up to? Is this something that an officer needs to show up to? Looking at the PAR program, right? How are we proactively doing community policing where their officers, have increased presence in certain areas and are building relationships with people? So, there's a greater opportunity to connect and understand what's happening. From a youth perspective, right? It's supporting and building on the youth prevention work that's newly has been newly created from the cannabis dollars, and looking at how we partner with community organizations and other places to create things like safe zones, opportunities for youth to be connected, and then on the flip side of all of that, it's economic development again, right? If there are opportunities for people to thrive, there are less chances for people to be in situations where crime may be necessary from their perspective.
Thank you. As you mentioned earlier, you were trained when you were working with the community task force by the police department, so you're familiar with the fact that our police department is down a very large number of officers, far below what they need to be in order to provide the 2 per thousand and support. So specifically, how would you address motor vehicle theft? How would you address break-ins? How would you address, given the shortage of officers, what are your thoughts on those? Those are issues that we're seeing in next door. Those are the comments that I'm getting from people. Protect me. And, I'm afraid for my life. I'm afraid for my vehicle. I'm afraid for my property. Yeah. What do we tell them, or how do we move forward on that? Yeah,
thank you for that. So I think twofold. One is having conversations with Chief Wilson and her staff around what their recommendations are, what they're seeing, because they're the folks on the ground. I think another opportunity is working with Post and also the different law enforcement academies around the curriculum and time of graduating cadets and how often they're graduating, how often they're completing programs to put new officers into the workforce. And I think outside of that, then it's also working with, again, the PAR officers and organizations and community members to also do more about education, things around, motion lights and different things that folks can do to do some preventive actions themselves, and have some different education. But again, I think it's that looking at that community policing model.
Okay, and so you brought up the academy graduations. I guess one of the, when you have a 15-year officer resign and that officer is then replaced by a graduate, there's still a gap there. Would you agree?
There's a gap in experience, sure, but I think young individuals come into the workforce every day, and that's why we connect them with mentors and we provide the training and resources necessarily to get them up to speed.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Clerk Rodriguez, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Hiltz, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Hiltz wanted to thank you for attending tonight, and she was sorry that she could not be here in person. Her question is for you to define what you think the role of the police department should be and what specific reforms you would like to see implemented.
Great, thank you. So I think that the role of the police department is to be peace officers. That's the very definition of who they are when they, from post. And I think that as peace officer, the goal is to serve and protect and to make the community feel safe. And so I think that has to be the priority, and everything that we do should be based on that. In the second half of that question, I'm sorry?
What specific reforms you would like to see implemented?
Yeah, so, there's been a lot of police work, as I mentioned earlier, so I'd be interested in seeing where we are with the recommendations that came from the task force, that's come from the different investigations, that's come from, I think it's CP21, and then also to continue to look at what Chief Wilson is doing. For me personally, some of the things that I would love to see based on the recommendations that I know that are out there, mental health for the officers as well as for the community. When I think about what it takes to be an officer and I think about what it takes to be a human being, without being able to debrief and have that mental health check-in, we don't know what our officers are carrying with them every time they come to work, between home and what they're experiencing. The other part of the mental health piece is increasing the mental health professionals that ride along with officers. I think that the program that is currently out there is great, and I think it should be expanded. And then I would love to see cultural competency added at greater depth into the officers' training, and then also looking at greater de-escalation and then looking at the curriculum that the cadets go through to make sure that the leadership and equity and community building and community building and relationship building aspects of the curriculum are just as strong as some of the more physical training.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Ross, for being here. I really appreciate you applying for the position. In this position, people will come to you, groups, organizations, developers will come to you and try to influence your decision. So my question to you is this: how will you be able to represent the needs of your constituents if a lobbyist or organization is influencing you?
Great question. The reality is I do that every day working in the community college, working on behalf of our students. There's always folks who want us to champion or run different legislation or participate and do things or use our budget to buy things. The reality is this is a role that, appointed or elected, it's about the people. right? And that has to be your focus. My goal isn't to be a long-term politician, it's to serve. And so, I'm not campaigning, I'm not using money, like there's nothing that can be held over my head. I'm steadfast in who I am. Integrity is a large part of who I am. And so if those things don't benefit the citizens of Ward 2 and the community members and neighbors and folks of Ward 2 and the city of Aurora, then it's really a null conversation for me.
And so I'm going to dive in a little bit deeper. So if you did have a group, and this is really, let's go beyond the money piece, and just influencing your decision. We have something comes up, maybe it could, for example, maybe it's something with homelessness. I'm just giving just a verbatim, or police reform or whatever. And they come to you and they're saying, they're saying because maybe we voted for you or we supported you, and it's like in a way that they owe you, like you owe them something. Is the people still going to be important, or is that favor or what someone has done for you, is that going to be more influential to you?
What's more influential to me is what's right? So, it's the job of the people to talk to elected officials every day, to tell you what they want, what they need. I think it's our job to then look at that, hear everybody, do the investigation, look at the facts, work with staff, figure out what the right, or at least what the best move forward is. It's checking in with your colleagues, seeing what they think about it, right? And then ultimately making a decision that best serves, again, Ward 2 in the city of Aurora. And so, I get it. I mean, they're in the work that I do every day, we have folks who come in and they're yelling about different kinds of groups or different kinds of initiatives, and sometimes they're really great, right? But if we don't have the budget for it, or if it's not in our priority, if it's not in a strategic plan, then we just have to have that conversation, and I have to be lead with integrity and be authentic enough to sit down and have that conversation and give them the why, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, and then my another part of this question is, how do you plan to involve residents in the decision-making process in Ward 2?
Good question. It's to involve them, right? Like, it's looking at town hall meetings, is taking, even though the pandemic is awful, one of the gifts of that has been the increased virtual engagement. It's increased accessibility. So being able to connect with people virtually through town meetings, it's checking in with boards and commissions, it's looking and working with staff, it's bringing all that together. And so you can hear everyone, and it's making sure that your center of influence isn't just one neighborhood or one group of people. You want to be able to have consensus, and one of the things that I do well is build coalitions and relationships, and being able to put together a community engagement group of folks who represent all of Ward 2 would be something that I focus on to do that.
Okay, well, that concludes my questions. Thank you, Dr. Ross.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marcano, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ryan, for being here with us tonight. My question for you is that as an appointee, you're going to be filling out the remainder of former Councilmember Johnston's term. Do you share the same values of Councilmember Johnston, meaning the values upon which she was duly elected? And could you provide some examples of those shared values?
Yes, that's one of the reasons why I decided to do this, because I wanted to make sure there was continuity in what the voters overwhelmingly voted for, just a few short Novembers ago. In terms of some specifics, one of the things that comes to mind right away is when the riots and protests were happening here, right? One of the things that we were able to do very quickly was work together on building community meetings to talk to people, calm people down, be transparent, and talk them through kind of what's going on. Working with her, I was able to, help organize a lot of those things, identify a lot of those people. Obviously, police reform is something that we have in common. Another thing that I have in common with her is just our approach, right? One of the things I really respect about her is her ability to work with and communicate with everyone. I think that's really, really important. Everybody needs to be involved in conversations, whether you agree or disagree, because sometimes you'll find that there's commonality and a way forward. And if you don't have that conversation, or you're not willing to, you're going to miss that opportunity.
All right. And then a couple of specific issues that were pretty big in her campaign and things that she's actually worked on in council as well. Let's start with wages. Where are you at on that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with her on wages. I think that, you know, the reality is people need to have the ability to make a living, and they need to be able to live and thrive in the city of Aurora. What I don't want to have is people driving into Aurora to work, but driving back to other cities to live. And so I think wage is one way to look at that.
All right, and on housing issues?
Yeah, I think we agree a lot on housing as well. Again, when we talk about housing and affordable housing, I think first is defining affordable housing. I think sometimes people get locked in on what it is or what it isn't, and I think that we agree that when we talk about affordable housing, it's across the entire spectrum, right? Everybody needs to be able to participate in that process. So folks who are homeless, you know, they need to have the ability to have dignity and be proud of where they live. And, you know, somebody who's looking for executive luxury housing because they're moving here to be a CEO of a new company, they need to be able to find a place to live, right? And so we have to, again, when we talk about inclusion, it's bringing that whole spectrum together so everybody can participate.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Murillo, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Kaufman, and thank you, Dr. Ross, for your time and energy in applying for this position and for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Apologies for some of the redundancy, but for the past 3 years, the city has engaged in evidence-based housing solutions to address certain housing needs in Aurora. Recently, there have been efforts to institute a camping ban that goes against data-driven solutions and expert recommendations, and that's solely being proposed because it's in an election year. Will you vote against any version of a camping ban if you are appointed to this position, since you are, in fact, an appointee and not elected?
Yeah, I hate to give a blanket answer at this point, but the reality is more than likely I would vote against a camping ban, especially if it doesn't support or it doesn't align with evidence-based practices, best practices, or things that work.
Thank you. I have a couple follow-up questions here. Give me one moment. So, would you have any concerns with the enforcement of a camping ban?
Absolutely. People shouldn't be punished for being homeless. And when we talk about public safety and we talk about allocation of officers and actually talking to officers, what they're not interested in doing is enforcing a camping ban. They would rather be focusing on some of the other issues they feel are a greater priority.
Thank you. And this again could be redundant as well, but for clarity, would you support a camping ban that where there are fines and jail time as a result?
No.
Wonderful, thank you. Related to the conversation around housing, and sounds like something you are familiar with, do you believe the city needs an equity plan, and what would you include in that plan?
So absolutely. I think every city, organization, any system of being needs to have an equity plan. Equity should be a part of everything that we do. I think it's important to, when we talk about equity, that we level set the conversation around equity so we know what we're talking about, right? So when I'm talking about equity, I'm talking about people thriving. When we're looking at this situation or we're looking at an equity plan, the conversation has to be how are Aurorans thriving when it comes to housing, right? And so in that plan, we want to, I think some of the things that should be considered, economic development. How does the workforce, equate to housing? I think it looks at, a commitment from cities, from the council and city leadership to be committed to exploring equity. I think we have to look at the different types of opportunities there are in different cities and different states to see what works. And I think that there needs to be some in-depth time to really create an equity mindset in the city so that we can all function from a similar set of operations, right? And it gets back to thriving. Like that has to be the foundation of this work.
Thank you, that's all.
Now, Dr. Rush, you now have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. I'm here because a few short Novembers ago, with 5 or so folks in a race, the Ward 2 overwhelmingly voted for former Councilwoman Johnston at 50% or so, right? To me, that speaks loudly about what the community wants and needs. My goal is to come in and bridge that gap, and also ensure that the community can focus on being represented and having an advocate, and not necessarily trying to focus on, who's running in November and if this is the right person. So it gives them some stability in the seat, and then also an opportunity to really evaluate who this next candidate should be or could be. And so I appreciate the opportunity to serve. I appreciate all that you guys do, and look forward to the opportunity to engage with you as a colleague or as a community member. But nevertheless, I thank you for serving Aurora and putting it first.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your interest in serving the city of Aurora.
Thank you.
The time is now at 9:04. We will stand in recess until 9:10. study session of the Aurora City Council for Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021 is called back into order. Welcome, Steve Sundberg.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for staying late for me.
Thank you very much for applying for this position and for wanting to serve the citizens of Aurora, Colorado. You now have 2 minutes for opening remarks to tell us a little bit about your background and why you want to be a member of the Aurora City Council.
Thanks for staying late for me, everyone. Let's see, a couple of days ago, Monday morning, I had the opportunity for an hour to have coffee with Jason Crow, Congressman Crow, and a couple of other business owners in a small little setting. And he wanted to connect with some business owners, particularly in the hospitality industry, to find out how COVID affected them and how they might have tapped into some federal funds. But he really demonstrated an empathy to small business, which I liked. And one thing he indicated was that a restaurant, an investment in a restaurant, by putting $1 into a restaurant, very often $12 can go out into the community. And I'd never heard that before and thought that was great. And so that leads to why I'm here. I operate a restaurant, one that's somewhat legendary. It's been around for nearly 31 years now. So I realize that business is important to our city, the tax revenue created by any type of and size of business. So it's about quality of life in Aurora for me. I love this city. My family loves it. Smart economic development is another part of that aspect of quality of life here. Public safety, crime is up, unfortunately, and things like road maintenance. My family loves it. My wife is an immigrant from Rwanda, Africa. I met her over there, building homes for Habitat for Humanity, fell in love. Took 2.5 years to get her here through 3 different visa attempts. My kids, Luke and Livia Sundberg, have gone to school in Aurora. I'm a uniter, I'm a connector, I'm a bridge builder. That's my nature. I'm not a divider. I want to compliment you all here. During 2020, $24 million raised during a pandemic, an increase in revenue through, I guess, tax on internet sales. And I also learned that over 2,000 jobs, primary jobs, were created during 2020 during a pandemic. So congratulations. Just wanted to compliment you guys on that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Steve, for being here and for applying for the vacancy position. There's a lot of development happening in Ward 2, and so my question is about metro districts. Can you explain generally how they work and also how they fund development?
A metro district is a special district, a type of government entity aside from city and state that is financed through a bond underwriting that helps to purchase the land, provide infrastructure, other things like parks, greenways, improvements over the years. It is then paid for by the homeowners over a period of time, a maximum of 40 years, I believe, and the top rate would be 50 mils, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and do you live in a metro district?
I do. I live in Murphy Creek, which is Metro District number 3.
Okay, very good. And then also, do you know of any regulations that protect homeowners or could protect homeowners?
Well, I think an independent board of homeowners is one of the first lines of defense there. And I think there are a myriad of other state regulations that help protect. And just the fact that it's a bond underwriting will allow great scrutiny independently.
Okay, thank you very much.
Clerk Rodriguez, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Berzins, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Berzin's question is, with Ward 2 growing so fast, how can we try to keep the costs down for housing for all income ranges?
Great question. Thank you, Councilmember Berzins. I think it's a supply and demand issue. Homeownership is no longer attainable for most people. I mentioned last week that even the house I live in now, I could not afford to buy. Things have gone up so much. I think it's a time to get really creative. Council, some years back, for example, creatively reduced the lot size requirement. So maybe we look at things like that.
Let's examine the construction defect law. Is that where we want it to be, so that perhaps more condos can go up? Carriage homes, pod homes, alternative living sites. Maybe a red tape roundup. Can we all get together and just take a look at all of the miscellaneous fees? I know water is important, it's expensive, it's been planned. Our water department has been incredible to plan us out for the next 30 years of development, and that's expensive, I realize, but I think it's just going to take good old-fashioned creativity.
Thank you. She does have a follow-up. Do you feel your suggestions are fair for all Aurorans in all income ranges?
Oh, good question. That's why I mentioned condos and those multifamily units, which are more affordable if we can get those up. So that's a great question. I'd like to huddle with, should I be appointed, which would be a great honor, I'd love to huddle with people, with council to explore some ideas.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Homelessness has been a growing problem in the city of Aurora and across the entire country. Steve, what kind of initiatives would you support to reduce homelessness in the city of Aurora?
I mentioned a week ago that when I moved to Colorado with my mom, my infant sister, 3-year-old brother, and my stepdad, within 5 days, my stepdad abandoned us, and after a short period of time, our relative kicked us out, and we found ourselves homeless for a short time in Fort Collins. My mom acted very quickly, locating some resources, and we found a great little apartment, and from there, I think we got a little condo or townhome. So from that, I take that type of homelessness in a continuum where we're in transition. Those types of resources are truly important, and that is something that it hits home with me. Scary for a mom and kids. So the different types of homelessness, whether that's mental health or severe ongoing addictions, I see the same type of people over the years around my place of business. Know their names. We've lost 1 or 2 of them to heavy-duty addictions, heroin. So I think the important thing to ask, are there enough supportive services in place around these people? And God bless them, I guess we could say our homeless rather than the homeless. Is there enough support? Is there enough shelter availability through the Aurora Homeless Association, Housing Association, excuse me? And with respect to the camping ban, certainly a safe enclave would need to be in place before they were moved.
Well, let me ask you that follow-on question, and that is that if you are appointed to this position, you will then soon have before you a proposed camping ban, and that proposed camping ban would provide a minimum 3-day notice, and would also require that the city has a designated alternative place for those in the encampment to go to before it can be abated. What is your feeling about that proposal, and how would you vote on it?
Again, if we felt that a great amount of services were surrounding such individuals and a safe enclave with support was around it, then I would be in support of it.
Very well. Councilmember Coombs, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Steve, for joining us. My question is about oil and gas. Your predecessor ran on oil and gas issues and led on council in creating our new oil and gas regulations.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, do you support the existing regulations, and what is your approach to oil and gas development in general?
Based on the strict nature of state Colorado law, which could be the strictest in the nation for regulations, I've heard, coupled with the Aurora Operating Manual for Oil and Gas, I guess a barrel of oil could be the cleanest in the world coming out of Aurora. I care a lot about the environment. I used to belong to Greenpeace in college. I used to belong to a tree planting organization while in college, and do care a lot about the environment. We have an electric vehicle. So I'm conscientious about that. I do recognize that there is a demand worldwide for petroleum and natural gas. which helps create things like our cell phones and plastic and various other applications. So I don't know exactly what the demand is yet in Ward 2, but I know it's been somewhat of an important industry there. So if things are regulated very strictly, continuously, and I believe Aurora allows an inspection process as well, then we can be confident that air, noise, water will be safe.
Great. And then as a follow-up, if there was a conflict between what constituents wanted and their concerns about health and safety and the desires of an operator, how would you address that conflict?
I would have to listen carefully to the constituents and make certain that regulations are strictly followed.
Okay. And then finally, what is your view on the development of alternative energy sources in addition to oil and gas?
I recently had lunch with recently retired Executive Vice President of XL Energy, and we had a good discussion about the practicality of a diverse portfolio of energy for our nation, for the state of Colorado, and for Aurora. I'm not sure people would like windmills, and I don't think there's enough wind in Ward 2 to support that. But I do, in general, support a diverse portfolio of energy, whether it's wind, solar, et cetera.
All right, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Councilmember Gardner, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for being here.
Hi.
What do you think are 2 or 3 of the most important issues facing City Council, and what are some specific things from your background or experience that you think would contribute to solving those problems?
I don't know if Ward 2 constituents fully know what's happening with crime in our Ward 2. I just have a couple statistics written down here. Major property crimes in the last year, 61% increase. Major vehicle theft, 161%. Major violent crimes reported, 45% increase. Burglary, 40%. And, this is an issue with the police, but crime. Now, I don't have a police background, but I do recognize, and I even see here on this as a type of a mission statement that is important to council in the city, emphasizing public safety and quality services. So that's something that apparently we've set out to do. Unity, like I said earlier, I'm the type of person to create unity. I just committed to serving 200 meals next week for Overland High School football team. And I just utilize that opportunity through business to reach out to my community, try to bring it together.
So following up on the first answer regarding public safety, I think several council members would say they're strong supporters of safety, but what are some specific things that you think would help to solve the statistics that you named and maybe tie that into some things in your background?
I've spoken to a couple police officers recently, 25-year veteran today, and their morale is rather low. They feel handcuffed in what they feel like they can do. I believe they are just letting things slide to a large degree. So that's tricky. I think they need to feel appreciated. I think they need to be augmented as a police force. The resources need to be there for proper training. And just make sure we're using a multi-pronged approach. Take a look at that, whether it's CRT or CAHOOTS and various things of that sort.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Steve, thanks for being with us tonight. This is going to be redundant from what you just said. As you pointed out, as an elected body, public safety is our top priority. And Aurora used to be among the safest cities in the nation. So following up on the numbers that you were talking about, just this year we've had over 10 murders, over 1,100 major violent crimes, over 5,200 major property crimes, and our arrests are dropping. In fact, we have officers leaving the police force at a higher rate than ever before. You've mentioned a few ideas, but I'd like you to expand on that. What are your thoughts on how to protect your residents in Ward 2?
Last night, I had some good quality rum at my place of business with Dr. Dedrick Sims from the Sims Fiola organization and Richard Lewis from RTL Networks. And this subject came up among some other things. And we really did have a courageous conversation on race. And I think I have to, I will recognize that a certain segment of our population has been treated unfairly and unjustly in times in the past, and perhaps in certain areas of our country today. So I think what's happened, there is a connection in our response to what the police can or cannot do. So in speaking with him, is there a way in which we can determine from our population, determine from the city what type of policing we want? Is it that of the most preventative, like a broken window approach, where crime statistics will lower? Or is it something that's happening today? What type of feedback can we garner from our citizens, especially those perhaps that need to gain trust with the police? But it's in my nature to think about those things and maybe have someone like Mr. Sims, Dr. Sims, be a facilitator in something like that, have culturally neutral setting for it. I don't know, but I just think as a community we really need to define what type of policing we want.
So if I could follow up, first off, it's interesting you brought up Richard Lewis. He's a fellow Air Force Academy graduate and a friend of mine. But going a little bit deeper, though, what we're seeing on Nextdoor and the emails that we receive on council, not just from Ward 2, but from across the city, talk about the fact that motor vehicle theft, as you mentioned, is up. House break-ins are up. People are afraid to leave their houses, and there's a general sense of fear. Mm-hmm. So I understand your comment about Dr. Sims, and I'd like you to expand a little bit more on that. What do you tell the people in Ward 2, and what do you tell council as to here's some ideas that we can move forward with to actually reduce the crime?
At the same time, I think we really need to appreciate our police. We need them. Anyone here at any given time might need to reach out and call for safety. This is a group of people that has to put on a bulletproof vest and a gun belt every day and go out into society. So what do I tell the constituents? I would tell them, we recognize the crime is up, and we're going to do our best to not only figure out how our citizens want to police through the force, but let's demonstrate some appreciation, good old-fashioned appreciation for what they're doing. I think the police feel demoralized. The police feel handcuffed. And I just think that a little more support. But at the same time, I realize the force needs to demonstrate a proactive approach to gaining trust in the community as well.
Thank you. I concede.
Clerk Rodriguez, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Hiltz, who could not be with us tonight.
Councilmember Hiltz wants to thank you for attending tonight, and she's sorry that she cannot be here in person. Her question is for you to define what you think the role of the police department should be and what specific reforms you would like to see implemented.
Thank you, Councilmember Hiltz. Well, to serve and protect. What reforms? I think a multi-pronged approach. We mentioned CRT, and I think the city of Aurora was proactive many years ago with a critical response team. I mentioned cahoots. Legislation has been passed to cause the police to feel a little bit inhibited in how they would approach criminals. But that's said and done. I think the governor might have even signed something today to emphasize that. So a multi-pronged approach, critical response, certainly making sure they are trained well, funded well, appreciated, and nobody likes to say this, but some good old-fashioned personal responsibility from our citizens, okay? I don't know how you properly say that. You know, obey the law might be nice. Respect the police if you get pulled over. Those types of things.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for being here. In this position, you will a lot of people will come to you, organizations, developers, individuals, people, just in general. So my question to you, to influence your decision-making, how will you be able to represent the needs of your constituents if a lobbyist or organization is influencing you?
Right. Thank you for that question. Is it good for Aurora? How is it good for Aurora? Is there a good stewardship of taxpayer money? Will the developer hold up their end of the deal? Is it fitting the unified codes? Is it fitting to what our city needs?
So just a little bit deeper, you focused on specifically the developer. What about other organizations, individuals, groups? What about that aspect of it?
Any others that you have in mind? Is there certain groups?
Let's see. Let me give you one. Maybe it could be a union group. Maybe it could be the police department or
Right.
the fire department. Or I'm just giving you some examples.
I think my mind works to see how things can work efficiently, as in
Restaurant association.
as in business, for example. What's efficient? What's cost effective? Do we need to drive the biggest truck somewhere with a couple guys to respond to something, or it could be some faster response vehicle? So, yeah, I imagine there will be those agendas that want to be placed upon me, should I be appointed. But just really, is it beneficial to the city as a whole, beneficial to the citizens? And I said it would depend upon the organization and the circumstances. But efficiency is one thing that comes to mind, and cost savings, and holding people and groups accountable for their promises.
Okay. So my second question to this is, how do you plan to involve residents in the decision-making process in Ward 2?
I believe the good old-fashioned town hall, getting people together, maybe more of a virtual experience these days, posing questions on a website, maybe next door, my own Murphy Creek site, homeowners association meetings, perhaps.
I think, I'll yield my time. Thank you, Steve.
My pleasure.
Councilmember O'Connor, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Steve, for joining us this evening. So my question for you is, as an appointee, you're going to be filling out the remainder of former Councilmember Johnston's term. Do you share the same values as Councilmember Johnston, that is, the values upon which she was duly elected? And could you provide some examples of those shared values?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Marcano. And there's no doubt that former Councilmember Nicole Johnston was a hard worker, taking on big projects and policy. Let's see, she's already instituted some things that are in place, like oil and gas manual, so that work is done there, creating more stricter guidelines. Let's see, she created a police task force, and that was completed. I guess I would have a different approach to it at this point, to see how we can garner more input from different segments of the community. Let's see. I know she was very active with some new neighborhoods coming online, like the Highlands. So obviously she did a great job. So I think the smart and measured growth of Ward 2, which is, really exciting what's taking place out there. And we could go on about the Colorado Air and Spaceport and the 4,500 acres around there that will develop, and just space exploration companies, data centers, on and on to just grow our economy. So I think she had the mindset of smart and measured growth, and I would share the same.
All right. So I want to get into a couple more specifics here. Let's go into wages. Where are you at on wages?
I want my staff to prosper. One of the best things for higher wages is a competitive marketplace. I don't want to lose my cooks to across the street. I've got a couple cooks that are making $20 an hour, and right in that range, slightly lower. So this economy is moving wages higher. So I naively was even thinking of, let's raise the minimum wage to X amount, $16 an hour, but don't touch the tipped minimum wage. And I think you get a lot of restaurants behind that and small business. But I learned that there's an offset with the tipped minimum wage that is always tied to the regular minimum wage by about $3. So forget that idea. But I do want people to prosper. I've had employees buy homes in years past, buy new cars. And so right now we're seeing competitive business push wages higher.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're not supportive of raising the minimum wage?
The state is set at this point to increase each year, but for our city to do it, no.
Okay, even with Denver being, what, $5,000 and change higher currently?
$5,000 and change higher?
Per year, roughly. I think they're at 1470 something.
Can you do the math for that for me? How does the 5,000 come around to?
It's the difference between Aurora's minimum wage, which is the state's $12.32, and Denver's, I think, is $14.77. So
Yeah.
assume a full-time worker.
Yeah, I just don't see anybody out there making that wage. I see it higher as a result of competition. So what scares restaurants is increasing the minimum wage and bringing up that tipped wage severely high could change our business model and cause unintended consequences.
Okay.
So I'm enjoying seeing people prospering. I lost a $20 an hour cook to construction recently.
All right. Mayor, what's my time look like?
You have one more minute.
All right. And let's talk about housing. How do you tackle affordable housing?
Can you define affordable housing? You just heard it used so loosely.
Yeah, sure. Let's say housing that, would be affordable to folks who are earning minimum wage in Aurora.
Yeah, that would be tough. A lot of people are sharing apartments, sharing homes. So anyone, that would be unattainable. Even for someone making $25 an hour, how can they afford housing? It's challenging. Even for those making six figures with a single household income, perhaps. There's just very little inventory out there. So that's a good question. I think it goes back to multiple family housing units, condos, perhaps apartment to condo conversions, and maybe some type of a tiny home.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Murillo, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Kaufman, and thank you for your time this evening. Apologies if this is redundant, but for the past 3 years, the city has engaged in evidence-based housing solutions to address our housing needs in Aurora. Recently, there's been an effort to institute a camping ban that goes against data-driven solutions and expert recommendations, and that's being solely proposed because it's an election year. Will you vote against any version of a camping ban if you're appointed to this position, since you are in fact an appointee and not elected?
Would I vote against a camping ban? I'm sorry, Councilmember Murillo, that was your question? Would I vote against it?
Yes, because you would be appointed in this position as opposed to being elected, like your predecessor.
Well, one thing in the restaurant business we've done over the years is a little market research, looking to see how other places are being innovative, what trends are they following with respect to menu items, how are they operating their business more efficiently. So I'm curious amongst council, what other cities might be looked at, and I'm not trying to evade the question, but it's interesting to me, what other cities are handling this problem well, and learn from them. There have to be some success stories out there. For example, I was just down in Fort Myers, Florida, and I didn't see any panhandlers or any visible homeless. And I just kind of wondered how they're handling that and wrapping services around their homeless population. It'd be interesting to learn from a city like that. But to directly answer your question, again, if a broad amount and a generous amount of services were wrapped around the homeless, as well as a safe enclave for them, I would be in support of it and vote yes.
Okay. Do you have any concerns around enforcement of a camping ban?
That could be tricky. Some people would need a lot of reminders out there, I'm sure. People would want to splinter off and go to their favorite spot. So some type of a gentle persuasion, perhaps some type of positive reinforcement there. Give them a carrot instead of a stick in that. I don't know how that would look. Perhaps you have studied it.
Okay. And then the next part of my question, would you support a camping ban if there were fines and jail time as a result?
Wow, I hope it would never come down to that. I don't know I don't know if it ever would need to get that punitive unless someone was involved in a criminal act, perhaps, while continuing distributing serious narcotics. I don't know what that looks like, but I would hope it would never come down to that.
I agree. I believe the point of a camping ban is to make it illegal, so you would be breaking the law. And those are two mechanisms by which cities, states, governments react when people break the law. So I hear you, but those are avenues by which that,
Sure.
you know.
I would start with a carrot, an incentive, maybe repeat that once or twice, and then slowly introduce another type of gradual punitive approach.
Okay, so you would support that if it was gradual?
Could you please repeat the fine, the exact fine?
Would you like me to repeat my question?
Sure. Yes, please.
Would you support a camping ban if there were jail time or fines associated with it?
Jail time or fines associated with it? I don't know yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition to that question related to housing, do you believe the city needs an equity plan?
Does the city need an equity plan? In my own life, I don't know how much time I have, I feel like I live with an abundant amount of inclusion with my family, my relatives. Come to my house on Thanksgiving, I'm the minority. I give continuously, my business gives continuously to organizations that benefit people of color, gladly, whether that's Rangeview basketball, track, Overland football, Sims Fayola, helping to sponsor a young man out of a refugee camp in Congo. And then he takes a dowry to my wife across 3 countries. Then he ends up coming to America, sponsored, goes to college, gets a bachelor's degree, a master's, then a PhD, and then leads as a dean in international studies. That's some of the things that I've done to make other people's lives positive, no matter what color they are. So, does our city need that? I would hope that we would get back to perhaps just celebrating some diversity, like the old saying used to go, celebrate diversity. I see a lot of goodness happening in the community. I see a lot of connections among different people of color and light-skinned folks, whatever. So I don't think we would need that. I think we would choose other avenues.
Do you believe that there are
Time.
inequities in the city of Aurora,
Inequities, I imagine they do exist.
but no equity plan? Okay.
Yes.
The time. Steve Sundberg, thank you so much for wanting to serve the citizens of the city of Aurora by applying to be a member of our, appointed to the city council for the city of Aurora. You now have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Thanks for having me tonight, everyone. I am glad to be considered. In my past, when I've contributed to a board, whether it's the Deacon Ministry at Heritage Christian Center, which was truly diverse, I oversaw that group of volunteers, and we grew it from 50 to 120, and we brought women in to serve for the first time, and discovered if you really want to get something done, you bring the women in. Whether it's the Colorado Restaurant Association, Parks and Recreation here, or some other boards I've served on, like Leadership Aurora, I've always added value to the organization. And when I was finished, people on the board came to me and asked me to stay longer. So I've been able to contribute something. I love this city. I'm kind of worried about where it's going with crime, a business uncertainty atmosphere that I'm hearing through constituents, and I do want to make a difference there. And I really appreciate your time and consideration, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, the special study session of the Aurora City Council for Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021 is adjourned.